What up? What up? Happy Monday, everybody. The weekend is over and here we are back again. Monday, March 27th, 2023. Thank you so much for joining me. Great to be back, guys. I hope you all had a wonderful weekend, but that's over now. It's time to get busy. Today, folks, we're looking into Mr. Steven Smith. What really happened? Was it a hit and run or was it something else? We're going to talk about it. Mama's going to be joining me later, but you got me for a while, if that's okay with y'all. Either way, let's get this show on the road. Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing today? Good to be here. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. It is great to be back. Happy Monday, everybody. And I hope you all had an amazing weekend. I hope you did. I know I did. Weather was great, except for Saturday. We had a bit of a tornado. Lost my internet, so my apologies for my Saturday stream cutting out like it did. It was down till about 3 o'clock in the morning. Thank God. Power's still out up and down the roads, so I got my power back on. We're good to go. It was pretty bad, guys. Pretty bad. Got 3-4 trees down in my yard. It's been fun, just to say the very least. So welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you. So again, anybody that was here Saturday, my apologies for the stream ending the way it did. It was going well too. I was so very happy with it, and here we are now. So oh yeah. So have your laughs. I know, everybody, I forgot. So I made another mistake. Yeah, I was trying to trim this a little bit here and didn't correct. Cut it all off and I'm starting all again. I know. I look like a fat baby face, right? It'll be back in a couple days. So let's see, who do we have here? Miss Heather's in the house. Always happy to have you, Miss Heather. Miss Brandy, always as well. Mr. Lance, good to see you, brother. Miss Linda from South Africa. So great to have you here, Miss Linda. It's great to have you. Great to see you. Drift, my brother, what's going on? Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Yes, I did shave, Brandy. What the hell you shaved? And you're angry. I get it. I'm sorry. Mrs. M, so great to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. Let's see. Miss Sherry's in the house, everyone. Great to see you, Miss Sherry. Thanks for being here. Hope you had a great weekend. I hope you all had a great weekend. Miss Jennifer Thompson's in the house. Welcome. Bonnie Bailey's in the house, guys. Come on in, everybody. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Come on in, sit down, and have a conversation with me, as I say every day. You can't type. I'm sorry, Sherry. Good morning, Dafo. I am Dafo, everyone. Welcome to the Dafo Show. I'm just kidding. It's all good, Sherry. Don't worry about it, my dear. Yeah, this will all be back in like 3 days, folks. Don't worry about it. Don't forget I'm Italian. It grows like insanely fast. So, but yeah, I was trying to trim this and I just was like, I think Caden yelled something or somebody in the background yelled something. And I was really close and I went, "Murt," and it went up way up here. And so I'd have looked like Charlie Chaplin if I'd have left it. And then all of it was all screwed up looking after that. So I just shaved it off. I'm starting all over. Transporter's in the house. What's up, Transporter? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Don't worry, folks. I'm still here. Twin Paranormal got to 500K. Whoever subscribed, thank you. How in the hell does somebody get to 500K? I wish I could get to 500K. Damn. How does that even happen? 500,000? That's crazy. You guys got to get me there. You got to get me there. Love to see what happens with that one. They must be pretty good then. Shoot. Oh, no, Sherry, I got you. You're okay. I understood, hon. I was just teasing you. I do actually feel kind of naked without that on my face. I have not had let me see. I haven't had facial hair completely off my face in years. So yeah, but they did get to 500,000.
They're not spirits, they're entities.
Wow, interesting. Well, again. Yeah, I highly doubt that, Brandy, but okay. And thank you, Linda. I do appreciate that, my dear. Very much so. I shouldn't have to dance to get subscribers, Brandy. Hold on, everyone. Okay. Maybe I'm not all into humiliating myself, Miss Brandy, you know? Yeah, I just checked it out. I think my son watches him, Lance. Pretty decent. Pretty decent content they have. So good for them. Congratulations. I don't know, Lance. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Welcome, Strike First, little brother. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. La, 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 la. Right. Yeah, it's easier said than done, Strike. People don't typically go out that don't have a whole lot of confidence and do things like that very, very easily and quickly. But I'm still going to do it because I made a promise. I never said when, but it's coming. One way or another, it's getting done. I've already written it down and made a promise. I don't make promises that I don't keep. So that's a fact. Come on in, everyone. Get comfy. Got something new that we're going to hit on today. Kind of an important case going on. For those of you that weren't familiar with it, it's a Stephen Smith. Back in 2015, they had found him in the road, unalived. And they at first they looked at it and they ruled it as a hit and run. Well, they weren't comfortable with that. Some of the people that were working the case weren't comfortable with that from the very beginning. And well, now there has been some links to the Murdaugh family with it, and we're got them back in the news. So we're gonna be handling it, folks. Most definitely. We got some this whole week. And probably next, we got some interesting new stuff that we're throwing at you guys. And I'm hoping you guys are here for it because you don't want to miss it. I promise you that. And again, thanks to all my moderators. Mama Bear, Miss Heather, Miss Brandy, Molly Cat, all of them that have been working on it. They got some stuff together. And again, for the rest of the moderators, thank you so very much. You guys are all amazing. You do great jobs in here. I do appreciate every single one of you and every single thing you guys do. Yes, again, guys, 17 people tuning in. Thank you, Heather. Please like, subscribe, share, and hit that noti bell. That way, you guys will always know when we're here. Share this out. That's a big one, folks. If you haven't subscribed, please do. And again, what was I going to say? Oh, if you could, please leave comments after the show. That's a big one for YouTube as well. Big one, guys. Please. And again, share this out. That's another big one. Leave a little DNA on the like button for me, guys. That way I know who you are and I can always find you. You know what I'm saying? And again, thank you, Miss Heather. Very important today, folks. I hate to sound like this, but please, if you would, consider supporting the channel. Any bit is appreciated at this point. We ran into a thing this morning. It's not really supporting the channel, it's supporting me at this point. As you all know, my wife is the one that works right now, and she carries a license to do what she does. And surprise, that license needs to be re-registered, and it costs some money. So if everybody would be so kind as to want to donate to support that or the channel itself, that keeps us going too, because like I said, she helps to pay the bills, folks. So there's the Cash App, PayPal, and the Venmo links. And I we really appreciate anything that anyone can do to help us with that. I appreciate that so very much at this point. So thank you all so very much ahead of time. And let's see, anybody new jump in here? Not that I see, not quite yet. Share this out, folks. Let everybody know what we're doing today. Again, guys, if you haven't, please check out the Facebook page, Instagram, as well as the TikTok. The ladies have been taking such very good care of those things. Miss Brandy handles the TikTok. Miss Heather handles pretty much all the others. And please show some love to those channels. They deserve it. Or to those pages, I'm sorry. They deserve it. The platforms. My apologies. Misspeaking once again. No worries, Miss Linda. No worries whatsoever. For those of you that cannot do anything like that, I don't worry about explaining, guys. I appreciate you just supporting the channel itself by all means. Yeah, it's looking that way, Strike. You're probably right, but the way they're doing that thing, it's TikTok's going to be non-existent here pretty soon, I think. So either way, we'll see what happens. For sure. I know that, Miss Linda. I sure do. So spread the word, share it out, show it to people. Tell people, anybody you know, please let them know, because we got plenty of room for plenty of meatballs in here, guys. Come on in. And you don't have to be a member to be here. If you just want to come on in and subscribe, hang out with us every day, you don't have to become a member, but it is a good thing to do. When you become a member, you get to be a meatball, and you also get the link to get into the Discord channel, so on and so forth. And it's just nice to be a member. Thank you, Miss Heather. I appreciate that. There's the links to all the social platforms, guys. If you want to check them out, TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, there you go. And we do have Twitter as well. I forget all the time. Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that, Lance. It's a little more entertaining, that's for sure, and you can do more with it. Yeah, that hearing was kind of a joke. It really was, in my opinion. But welcome, Miss Kim. Good to see you, my dear. Glad to see you. Great to have you here today. Again, if anybody would like to contact me, there is the link for the email, as well as my Twitter. The phone number here is 234-703-4047. You can always contact me that way as well. Much appreciated. And we do have call-ins during the show, so anybody that is comfortable with it, please feel free to call in. We'd love to hear your voice on anything we're discussing. Opinions, thoughts, theories, whatever it may be, guys. Give us a call. Let us know. Come on in, everybody. Come on in. Yeah, I agree with that one, Lance. That's a fact. Some people just don't need to be on Twitter. That is a fact. It's so weird not having this. I'm used to doing this all the time, and there's nothing there now. Just skin, baby butt skin. Like I said, it's been so long that since I've had everything shaved off. I don't, except for this thing. I had to leave something. I don't know. It, like I said, give me 3 days and it'll be back, guys. It probably thicker than it was because I keep it kind of trimmed down. But yeah, it literally only takes 3 days. Who knows what I'm gonna do with it this time? I hope you had a great weekend, Kim. Good to see you, as I said. Come on in. Miss Kiki's in the house. Welcome, Kiki. How's everything going? How's your husband doing? I hope everything's great. It's good to see you. I hope you had a wonderful weekend, my dear. Yeah, I know I look weird. I look weird to myself. I'm a double chin. I hate that. That's all right. It's going away. I've been dropping weight little by little. I noticed it the other day, so by summertime I'll look great in my bikini. He's running you to death, but he's doing good. Well, I mean, not good that he's running you to death, but I'm glad he's doing good. He'll be back on his feet in no time. That's awesome, Kiki. Again, I believe, pretty sure that you and him have both been in all of our thoughts and prayers. So I'm glad to hear that he's doing great. That's what matters. And again, folks, don't forget today is Monday. Tonight we are doing the True Story episode number 15 of the Midnight series. We're doing the Green River Killer, folks. It should be a good one. Don't miss it if you can't help it. Yeah, on the mic. What's up, brother? Good to see you, my man. Hope you're doing good. Hope you had a great weekend. Yes, I got to get my body right for my bikini, folks. Dun, 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 dun. That's what I've been doing, trying to eat right. Just got yesterday. We were outside. Spending most of the my trees come down. Some other little thing fell apart. Branches everywhere. People's garbage cans from a mile down the road in the middle of the street. It was insane, guys. It was absolutely insane. Like I said, at one point I thought we were a tornado touchdown. What I think it actually was what they call a microburst. So it's like it's hard to explain it, but yeah, it was bad. Like it opened my back door completely. That 4 hour series with Tom Cavanaugh. Okay, yeah. Yes, it was bad. And it went on. Well, when I was live Saturday, it started a little before that stream. And I could feel my house moving. And I had like the window was open because it was nice out. It was probably 65 degrees. Sun was out. Everything was great, right? And then the wind starts blowing. And I'm like, oh, okay. I hope everything's okay. And then it just blew the internet completely out. It didn't even skip on and off. And I was trying to figure it out at first and reload it somehow. I went into um, I went into my phone and jumped in it that way to try to tell you guys, hey, this is what's going on. I don't think it worked. And good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. What's up, Molly girl? Good to see you, my dear. I hope you're doing well this morning. Hope you had a great rest of your weekend. And I'm glad to see you. So in turn, that's what happened with Saturday, and we spent all day yesterday cleaning everything up, chainsaws and and hand saws and hatchets and all sorts of stuff. We have there was trees down all over the area, guys. Bad. There were 400,000 people that had power outages. It was that bad. And then probably at least half of that had internet outages with all of the internet companies, not just my crappy ass company, but like Spectrum. And Spectrum had more people down than my company did, which was kind of weird, but it came from down south, from what I understand, Kiki. The whole Mississippi, Georgia thing, it just blustered its way right on up here, and we got whatever we got was not what they got, obviously, but it was definitely a piece of it. I'll be honest with you. I am doing well, Molly, as I hope everybody else is too. Good to know. Good to know. Well, make sure you're getting your rest, Miss Kiki. That way you don't wear yourself out completely. It was bad, Kim. I thought for sure. I was waiting to hear the tornado sirens go off, but it was weird because it was too chilly. It was more like it was probably low to mid 50s when that wind starts kicking in. And it was 65 earlier in the day. They threw us into like a tornado watch scenario and thunderstorm watch, and it was raining in these bursts. It was very like sporadically, and it was weird. Like it would come down for like the sky just opened up and dumped for like, I don't know, a minute, 2 minutes, and it would stop. And then it would do it again, and then it would stop, and then it would do it again, and then it would stop. Then it rained for, I don't know, 10, 20 minutes, and then it was done raining all day. But the wind was still blowing it. I'm talking, I got trees around me that are probably a good 150, 200 years old. Big, big trees, right? These trees were bent in half like this, guys. They were laying out sideways like this, and I'm like, oh shit, this is going to be bad. And then I'm standing on my porch, and I got to the right side of my property all the way down. I have monstrous pine trees, right? They do like a cover for the driveway that goes to the back next to me, and it borders the property. So I'm standing on my front porch, and I hear this crack, and I'm like, oh shit. And I walked over, and just as I did, I seen this tree start going like this, and it must have been like behind another tree, and it was wrapped around it somehow, and it pulled the whole top of the other tree off. It snapped it at the top, probably a quarter of the way down, and that whole other tree came down. And that tree was so big that when it came down and it hit the ground, it made this god awful loud noise, and this burst of like wind went flying from it. That's how hard it hit the ground. And it missed everything that was important, thank God. It missed my pool probably by about 10 feet max. But yeah, still. Well, it's in the healing. It's in thank you, Molly. It's healing right now, Kiki, so it's probably gonna look a little bit crazy. I appreciate that, Molly dear. Oh, so yeah, Lance lives in Ohio too, so you had it going on too. It was insane. And my power stayed on through almost the whole thing. And then it flickered and it went out. And I'm like, here we go. No internet, now no power. And the power was off literally for like maybe a half hour tops. And then it flicked back on and it stayed on the rest of the night. And then I got a message stating from Ohio Edison, which is the electric company, stating it had my address and then my road, and it said East River Road residents power should be on by 3/29. Today's the 27th. That happened on the 24th, right? It's been off that long for some of these people down the road here, I'm guessing, because at the top of the road it yanked down a whole bunch of wires. There was 2 big trees that came across the road. They shut all that down, so we had to drive out and around and go back up. And then I had 2 old dead pine trees on the front corner of my property that came down, and they were just laying like on the wires, the big main wire for the electric. Thank God. And I called Ohio Edison, and I kind of lied a little bit and said that because I've called them before, they don't come out unless they have to come out. Speaking of which, that sounds like one of their trucks there. Um, they have been everywhere. Hold on one moment, folks. Okay, sorry about that. So, what was I saying? Well, I can't remember. Oh, the uh, the power being out. I mean, it's out everywhere. My mom and dad live in the city I grew up in. Still, their power was out for 24 hours. It's just it's all over the state. It's bad. I'm sure, like I said, Lance is up more towards the Toledo area. So if he's getting the same stuff, I've heard it's everywhere. Right. So thank you, Linda. So I called and told them that I had a tree that pulled a wire down to the ground, and I know if you have downed wires, they show up faster than if you have just a tree on a wire. So I told a little white lie. The tree was on the wire, but it was the main wire to the house for the road for the power, right? And it wasn't taking it. It didn't take it down, but it was laying on it. And I worried that if the wind kept blowing, it was gonna take it down. So they showed up here about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, and they took the tree off the wire. Wait, high school. Jennifer Thompson, we lost power. Where are you located, Jennifer? I've got 2 hours and then power out. Back your power outages in South Africa, right? Well, hopefully we'll be done in 2 hours, Miss Linda. That way you don't miss anything. We had a branch on our wire one time, and the guy said, "Do you still have electric?" We said yes, and he said, "Yeah, we're right." See, I had to kind of lie. Oh, okay. Jennifer's in Ohio too. Awesome. Good to know. Got neighbors. Good to know. All right, folks. I guess looks like. Let me see here. Oh, no worries, Strike. Good to have you back, buddy. One moment, folks. There goes my wife's clock. Time for new batteries. So, I don't want to keep you guys waiting. I guess this is what we're going to get for now. Anybody else jumps in, then they jump in. I'll have to go back and re explain it. Excuse me. All right, guys. Sorry. Welcome, Sunshine. See, it's good I waited for a moment. Good to have you here, Sunshine. I wish you were here over my house. It is groggy looking outside today. Today. Miss April's in the house too. Good to see you, my dear. Thanks for joining us. See, I waited for a reason. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did, Strike. Like I said, it started off with I was trimming this around the edges here to I don't like having that bushy porn stash thing. I'm not a fan of that. Try to stay as neat and clean as I can. And as I did it, I went up too far and I just so I had to take it all off and then it just didn't look right with everything else. So yes, absolutely, Sunshine. Thick Infants in the house. What's up, baby? Thanks for joining us today. It's good to see you. Again, thank you, Miss Heather. Again, folks, I hate to sound like this today. I really do. But anybody that would consider supporting the channel, donating wise via Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, the work that my wife does, it requires a license in the medical field, and that license is due to be re-registered, and it runs like $110. Okay. And we don't have that. See, typically they would send a letter in the mail to her like a month beforehand, and that's what she was expecting when it came due. They didn't do that this time. They sent an email. She doesn't check her emails, and there was no warning of it. So, surprise, we have to do this within the next 48 hours, or she cannot work, and we're in big trouble then. So anybody that would like to do anything to support the channel, anything is appreciated. Every little bit adds up, guys. It is so much appreciated. So thank you all so very much for that. And my apologies for coming off sounding the way that I am. I hate to do that, but at this point, guys, we don't really know what to say or do. So I'm guessing we got everybody in here we're going to have now. That being said, let me get to rolling. Again, guys, like I said, Mama Bear is going to try to join us here later. She had some appointments this morning, but see her soon. I told her she would be missed. Let's see. All right, what I'm going to do, for those of you that aren't familiar with the case, I'm just going to give you kind of a little refresher thing on to get started, as I always do, and then we will jump into what we're doing. Actually, you know what? No. I'm going to set it up this way and do it backwards. Mama Bear, as always, has everything set for me. So I'll do that with you guys, and then we'll jump the other direction and take it from there. Thank you guys once again, one and all, for joining me today. I am so happy to be here with you guys. So happy to have you guys here. I did miss you guys. Literally, it's only been a day and a half, and that tells you guys right there. What do we got here? Let's see. Where it is. Molly, you're a trip. I love it. You're a trip. I'll say that to you guys down at the end here. There he is, Dustin. Good to see you, brother. It's been a minute. So good to see you. Well, thank you for that, Molly. That's definitely going to pull me out of my gloomy mood. I promise you that. That was awesome. I love it. It's cute. I'll show that to you guys at the end of the stream. I love it. Oh my god, I love it. Yeah, it did make me smile. I need to. I'm a little stressed right now. I'm a lot stressed actually. But that's all good. All right, let's see what we got here. Let me get this pulled up for you guys. Jumping off subject. I don't like doing that. Yeah, I did for about half an hour, Red. Welcome, good to see you, brother. I lost my internet for till 3 o'clock that morning. But I did lose my power. It was only for about a half hour. Like I said, most everybody else, a lot of people on this road, their power's been out and it's still out, and they're not expecting it to be back on for 2 more days. So I don't know what the deal is with that. They said it's pending investigation. I absolutely will, Molly. Towards the end of the stream, when I'm all done with this stuff, we will look at that because it's cute. You guys are gonna love it, I promise you. All right, where's this stuff at? I just looked at it this morning. I hate my internet, or not my internet, but I hate my email system. There it is. Yo, baby's town got destroyed. Oh my god. Sorry to hear that, Dustin. I know I'm in the township. The city that I live around got pretty tore up. Nothing like where's Joe Baby at? PPR, if I can ask. Oh, you lost your power too, Red. Damn. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it was pretty bad. Like seriously. Um, I haven't heard it via the news or the weather service yet, but I'm gonna say it was a microburst, guys. I was MIA yesterday. I have no clue what that. We're doing Steven Smith, Molly. A lot of the stuff came from you too, putting it together with them, so it's all right. Well, I hope everybody's safe and healthy out there, and everything's good. And uh, I know what you're talking. Is she in Mississippi, Dustin, or Georgia? Because I know those are the two states that got hit pretty bad. What's going on here? Okay, there we go. I got it. Miss Pamela. See, it's a good thing. I waited still. Good to see you, Miss Pamela. Thanks for joining us on Transporter. All you guys, thanks so much for being here today. Appreciate you guys so very much. All right, guys, up and going. I hate dollying and dilly-dallying around and putting this off so long. My apologies, guys. Need to get better at getting this rolling faster. I just try to wait around for everybody to get in here, but we're just gonna have to start doing it and going back to it. So again, guys, we're talking about Stephen Smith and what really happened. I know a lot of people would like to know. Back in 2015, it was ruled as a hit and run. Well, a lot of people thought that was wrong from the beginning. They did not agree with that, me included. So at this point, for whatever reason, it's been reopened, and now they're linking it possibly to the Murdaugh family. Sorry, and Buster in some way. So we're looking at it. We're going to look at it and see what comes from what we see, and some other things we got to look at with it, and see what happens, guys, because I want to know. I'm sure you want to know. You said it was coming through, and I knew it wouldn't be long before I got blasted. Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to have power for a couple of days. God, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. I really am. Like I said, I hope you're good to go. You got everything you need. Be safe. That's all I can say to a lot of these people around here are used to this because we had a tornado take out the entire city back in '85. Bad. One of these days I'll show it to you. I promise you guys I was going to. It was bad, guys. And so everybody around here is like nervous now whenever something like that comes through. So prepared for it. So again, there's a copyright disclaimer as always. And there is Mr. Stephen Smith, sadly. A very, very, very good looking young guy. And it says what really happened to Stephen. He was born January 29th of 96, and he passed, sadly, on July 8th of 2015. Again, thank you, Miss Brandy. Appreciate that. One more time, I'll say this out loud for a while, but if anybody would like to support the channel, please do. At this point, like I said, my wife, for those of people that just jumped in, my wife, her job requires her to carry a medical license of sorts. That license has since expired. She has to re-register it. It costs $110, which we don't have because this was a surprise slap in the face to us. If she doesn't have that license renewed, she cannot work, and we are really screwed, folks. I won't be here at all. So, nor will I have a place to sleep. So, anybody that can donate anything towards the PayPal, Cash App, and or the Venmo only, it's very, very, very much appreciated to keep that intact, folks. I really do appreciate it. That being said, I'm moving on. And Stephen was a 19-year-old nursing student. Awesome, awesome. This was his car. On July 8th of 2015, Stephen was traveling along Sandy Run Road near Crocketville, South Carolina. In the early morning hours, a tow truck driver traveling on Sandy Run Road that same evening called police just before 4 a.m. to report a person lying in the road. The driver did not stop. Ran out of gas. Allegedly, Stephen ran out of gas on Sandy Run Road, and while walking towards his home, was struck by a vehicle and passed away, which is in turn why they called it a hit and run. Okay. That didn't make sense. I am sorry to hear that too, Red. Injuries that were sustained during this accident, folks, was, and this is what kind of made me think a little something funny was up. Brain rent or stretch was associated with parenchymal hemorrhages, cerebral contusion to the right temporal lobe, extensive skull fractures, scalp and subgaleal hemorrhage, right forehead laceration with posterior undermining irregular abrasions and contusions of the right and left arms. Right shoulder. Hold on, folks. I don't know why I try to do this without these. Cannot see without my eyeballs. There we go. Sorry, folks. Right shoulder dislocation, blood in airways, head x-rays, no projectiles, gallbladder and cholesterolysis, postmortem toxicology was negative. Okay, now that's a lot, guys. Okay, and I mean, if he were to get hit by a car, I get it. Okay, I get it. But some of these things didn't make sense just from getting hit by a car. Okay. So, Stephen was found with blunt force trauma. Per Sandy, Stephen's mom, the family was told her son was shot and beaten up before authorities declared his death a hit and run. Okay, so if a car hits you, you end up with bullet holes. Come on. That's what I'm saying. Stephen's mom also said that one of Alex Murdaugh's brothers called to alert her to her son's death, even before it was confirmed to her by officials. Now, you don't think that that is kind of like what? You know what I mean? Um, what did I miss over here? Sorry, let me check. Miss Kim say something. What did I see? What did I see? Sorry, folks. I'm just trying to keep track with you guys too. Where did it go? Where are you, Kim? What the hell? I don't see it. Pookie! Pookie, my dear. Good to see you so much. Myers, what's up, brother? Good to see you as well. Thanks for joining us, guys. I appreciate it. I really do. Yeah, that was my opinion. Well, then we have the gunshot issues, okay? Right. The hit and run doesn't give you bullet holes. So, um, and this part right here, one of the Murdaugh brothers called to alert her to her son's death even before it was confirmed to her by officials. Now, that's kind of like what? That's what blew it up in my head. Okay, so take your time, Pookie. We'll be here, hun. Thank you so much for joining us. Same with you, Myers. I appreciate seeing you here, bud. So at that point, there's something wrong. Something is off. Something's not right with this. He obviously was not just hit by a car and left to die. Okay. So, that's it as far as this goes. And like I said, there's not a lot to this, but I got a lot to show you guys. So don't worry about it. Now, when all of this stuff hit the fan with Alec Murdaugh and his wife and son, that scenario, people started looking at this again. 27 people here. That's awesome, guys. Please hit the like button. I would so much appreciate you guys. Never heard of bullet tires. Me either, Kim. It's kind of funny, isn't it? But, you know, it's always been wondered by law enforcement in that area that handled it, first responders, so on and so forth. So that's one of the first things I'm going to show you is a first responder and the first responders that responded there, guys. And I want you to hear this for a reason, because I want you to see what they saw, hear what they saw. Thank you so much, Sunshine. I appreciate you so much, my dear. You have no idea. And I mean it. You have no clue. We're in a position right now with that scenario that if we don't handle it, then we're in trouble, hardcore, folks. So thank you more. I've been, and I'll thank you from the bottom of my heart, my wife included. My apologies, guys. I'm a bit stressed out today. That's all. And that's not your fault. So please understand and excuse my weirdness today. Thank you so very much, Sunshine. I appreciate it. Like I said, guys, every little bit helps. It all adds up, and hopefully I can put it together and do something about it. Thank you so much, Sunshine. Where are we at here now? All right. Where is it? Here it is. This is the first one we're going to look at. Right, Linda. See? And it was something that wasn't really looked at back then as much. But then all these other things popped up, and not a good thing, you know? Okay, 1 second here. We've all been, as is there. Oh, well, this is a different scenario, Linda. Like I said, it wouldn't bother me, but this is her medical license for what she does. And if she does not, she has a certain amount of time to renew it or re-register it, I think it's called. If she doesn't, she loses it and she has to go back and do everything all over again. And she can't work without it. You know what I mean? Being like updated. So it sucks really bad. Otherwise, like I said, it would not matter. And I could deal with other things being on or off or whatever you want to call it. So that's why this is so important. And I am so very grateful to you, Sunshine. 1 second, guys. I keep getting DMs from everybody too. I'm trying to hold on. Right. Thank you, Kim. Jeez, you guys are awesome. I feel bad even asking about this kind of stuff for personal reasons like this, but I don't know what else to do. So thank you once again, all of you. All right. Yeah, I understand, Linda, and I understand some people just can't, and it's not a problem for me. I get it. You know, I don't expect anybody to, and it's nobody else's problem. My problems are nobody else's problems. What I'm saying. But I do appreciate and love you guys to death. Don't worry about it, Brandy. You know better. You know better. All right, guys. Let me get this. I keep distracting myself. Let me get this up for you guys. I have. Well, she's supposed to be doing it today, Bonnie. I think that the last day that it can be done is tomorrow, by a certain time tomorrow. I guess I'd have to ask her, but she was supposed to be doing it today, and she just so happened her supervisor got an email on it too, and asked her if she had followed up with that, and she didn't know anything about what she was talking about, and that's how it came down to it. So we're working on it now. All right, now here we go. Again, folks, please let me know about the audio on this. That's right. Thank you so much, Sunshine. I'm glad that you guys feel that way, just as I do. I appreciate you guys so very much. Don't want to get emotional here. Let's not do that. All right. Again, guys, let me know how the audio is. All right. Play, please.
Alec Murdaugh double murder.
Yeah, that needs to be turned up just a bit. Hold on. Okay.
Case and new developments in the investigation into the death of Stephen Smith, who died 8 years ago and was a classmate of Murdaugh's son, Buster. Eva Pilgrim is here now with the latest on that story. Eva, good morning.
Good morning, Whit. Stephen Smith's mother is on a mission to find out what happened to her son. His body found in the middle of a road in South Carolina. And this morning, one of the first responders speaking out.
This morning, new developments as the attention surrounding Alec Murdaugh's double murder trial now turns the spotlight onto the unsolved death of his surviving son Buster's classmate, Stephen Smith.
I mean, I definitely think he was murdered.
In a new interview with our ABC affiliate WCIV, first responder Tommy Moore now recalling when he found Stephen's body in the middle of a road.
Before I could get out the car good, coroner said, "Oh no, this is not a wreck, it's a murder."
Authorities classifying Stephen as a victim of a hit and run, but Moore saying from what he saw, it didn't look like Smith was hit by a car.
There's two things that come to my mind. Either he was murdered there or he was murdered elsewhere and dropped there.
The family of Stephen Smith now raising over $80,000 to exhume the 19-year-old's body for an independent autopsy.
My hope is that we can find the right people that we need to just start from the beginning and to get us answers.
State authorities reopening the investigation into Stephen's death in June 2021 after saying they found new evidence while looking into the Murdaugh double murders. Recently saying they have made progress in the death investigation of Stephen Smith. However, this investigation remains active and ongoing.
I'm hoping to get the truth of what happened to my son. I just want justice, and I feel it wasn't done right the first time.
And now Buster Murdaugh breaking his silence to address what he called vicious rumors, saying in a statement, "These baseless rumors of my involvement with Stephen and his death are false. I unequivocally deny any involvement in his death, and my heart goes out to the Smith family."
And while the Smith family has the money to exhume Stephen's body, they now need approval to actually do it. We are told that could still take some time to get, guys.
You just don't know, Eva. I mean, it's just like every day there seems to be something new in this case.
Yeah, there's a lot of complicated moving parts to it, and I think there will still be new developments to come.
I know, and you'll stay on top of it for us as always, as you have in the beginning. Thank you, Eva.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more.
All right, so that again came from one of the first responder. Myers, have a great day. Thanks for joining us. Hope to see you later on tonight, maybe. Be safe out there. Thanks for joining us today. All right, guys, that was that one. I got quite a few more things to show you guys on this one. Okay, let's see here. All right, now I'm going to show you, this came from News Nation too, how this was linked. Actually, no. I'm going to let you, how this was linked to the Murdaugh family, okay? One moment here.
These room.
All right, here we go. All right.
Rumors about a possible relationship with Buster come from? Was it friends of Buster's? Was it friends of Stephen Smith's? Joining me now is Anjanette Levy, correspondent and host for Law and Crime Network. Thanks so much for coming on. Appreciate it.
Don't worry about it, Brandy.
Where did these rumors come from? Who's the one suggesting this?
Well, Dan, thanks for having me. And the rumors really started back in 2015. People went to Sandy Smith, Stephen's mother, and said, "Hey, I heard that Buster and Stephen were in a relationship and that Buster was trying to keep this under wraps."
That's true,
and
Linda.
it seemed to spread like wildfire. Hampton, South Carolina is a town that has about 2,700 people in it. You know how things can go in a small town. Buster and Stephen also went to high school together. If you think back and look at the timeline here, they would have just graduated high school in the last year or so when Stephen was killed. They were also on the same baseball team.
That's
and
horrible,
it's my understanding, Dan,
I'll check that as soon as this is done. Welcome, Karen.
the uncle of Buster Murdaugh, was actually their baseball coach. And he also
Absolutely, Miss Karen.
represented
Absolutely.
the father of Stephen Smith in a workers' comp claim. So we've got a small town here, and rumored.
Hold on, I don't want you guys to miss this. Absolutely, Karen, and welcome, by the way. It's great to see you. If you want to email me info on it or whatever, put it out there. One of the moderators will take down the info on it. We'll look it up, and absolutely, I'd be interested in it. Just let us know. And again, thanks for joining us today. It's great to see you. Bonnie, I'm going to check that as soon as this video is done playing. Thank you for letting us know.
Spread like wildfire. Sandy Smith wrote a letter to the FBI back in 2016 saying, "This is what people are telling me. They come up to me and say these things," and things just unfolded from there. And as you mentioned, Stephen's name, or Buster's name rather, is mentioned along with the Murdaugh name several times in the investigative case file because the state troopers were looking into those rumors.
Now, Buster Murdaugh doesn't have any obligation to deny a relationship with Stephen Smith. He has denied that he was in any way involved in the murder of Stephen Smith, but he has not, has he, addressed any of these rumors about a possible relationship with him?
He did say there were vicious rumors being spread about him and that they were all false. And then he later on admitted, or in the statement, denied unequivocally any involvement in Stephen's death. So he talked about vicious rumors. So I kind of, that led me to believe he was also addressing this whole thing about him having some type of relationship, some type of sexual relationship with Stephen Smith.
I want to play a piece of sound. This is again Jim Griffin,
Okay, Karen, thank you,
for Alex Murdaugh on Chris Cuomo's show, talking about why Buster Murdaugh decided to come out and deny any involvement.
the situation that Buster found himself in was the longer he stayed quiet, the more this story got legs. And he struggled over time as to whether coming out and denying the obvious that he had no involvement in Stephen Smith's death would just give oxygen to the flames of the story. From this point forward, anyone who's reporting and putting Buster's picture adjacent to Stephen Smith's face when there's stories of exhuming his body is doing it at their own peril, because it's clearly defamatory.
Well, it's definitely defamatory if someone is suggesting that he was involved in the murder. But it is a fact, is it not, that the reason, and this is the important point here, the reason that this link was made at all is because we now know of this letter that you mentioned, right? That was actually written by Stephen Smith's mother in 2016.
Well, that's not the only reason we know about it. She wrote this letter to the FBI because she felt like her son had been murdered and that it wasn't being taken seriously by some authorities. Obviously, troopers with the South Carolina Highway Patrol believed Stephen Smith was murdered. If you look in the investigative file, Dan, that night when they discovered his body in the road, they believed he had been shot in the head. The case notes say they believed this was a homicide.
Now, that was what bothered me, okay? Initially, very initially, that's what it came back as a homicide, okay? And that he had been shot in the head. Well, then for whatever reason, and I think it has something to do, in my opinion, with political power. I'll leave it at that, okay? In that sense, being put out there like that, then they ended it all with it being a hit and run. How do you go from that to that, guys? That's a problem for me, okay? And I'm glad that they've reopened this because, sorry, but that's bullshit. Sorry for the language, but that's what it is. This kid didn't even get to start his life. He had a bright future in front of him. Very, very attractive child, you know. Well, he was not a child anymore, but I'm just saying, very, very attractive kid with you know, he was full of life and outgoing, and you see just a happy person, okay? And his life was taken for, I'm sure we know why, okay? And I got that, Pookie. Don't worry about that, honey. And again, senseless. No meaning behind this. Obviously, he was very proud of the fact that he was a gay man, and he came out with it. It was not a big deal. I'm pretty sure that's the reason why he's no longer with us, folks. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And it's disgusting to me, okay? So, that being said, you know, low, lapo, loud, cow, res snipes. You should, like, what? Okay. Anyway, it makes me wonder because, you know, it was brought up back then that Buster and him had a relationship, and it makes you wonder, is there something that he could have said that would have incriminated Buster? And then all of a sudden he's gone. You know what I mean? That's kind of ironic to me, in my opinion. It was put, hold on one second, Karen. It's right here. Right there, Miss Karen, right? It's in the first sentence of this little box right here on the screen. Don't worry about it, Kiki. Don't worry about it. You'll never have to apologize like that.
Then the pathologist who performed the autopsy hours later said, no, it's a vehicular hit and run. Well, nobody bought that, not even the county coroner. But the rumors really started because people in town were saying this and then went to Sandy Smith. And then investigators were also getting that same information. And so there are all these recordings in the case file where people talk about this rumor. And those are recordings are actually featured in the Netflix documentary.
Right. Yeah. All right. Well, look, again, just because people were saying it doesn't mean that it's true. And we will continue to follow this. Anjanette Levy, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to.
All right, guys. And again, thank you all for being here for this. Like I said, there's a lot to this. What? Oh my God. Anyway. Pamela, Life Love True Crime, thanks for joining us today. Yeah, okay. Who is that? Tic Tac, or what's his name? Take Back, right? Gee, how'd you know that was who that was, Brandy? Because he's a little child trapped in a semi-adult man's body. That's why. It's pathetic. Haters, haters, haters. They do, too. A bunch of dinks. I agree. I agree, Mike. I agree. Oh, big time troll. Yeah, big time troll, Kim. No worries. And Red says, reopened based upon information gathered during the course of the double murder investigation of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh. SLED, they found something. My guess, Alec was acquiring his services. Exactly. I agree. Just about trying to help get her license. Keeps asking me for password. I don't know what you're using, transporter. If you put up which one you're using, they may one of them somebody may be able to help you with it. And I appreciate you trying. I really do. All right, let's see. This here is in regards to something like along the lines of what Pookie was talking about. I got a lot of this stuff downloaded for you guys to see in here.
Oh,
All right. If it becomes a problem for your transporter, don't worry about it. I do appreciate the thought, though. But we could probably help you with it. Which one of the Cash Apps are you trying to use, transporter? PayPal, Cash App, or the Venmo thing? And Linda, I think you can still do it too if you wanted to. It just needs to be set up a certain way. Either way, we can talk about it. Let me get through this for you guys. I don't want you guys to miss this.
Well, Duncan, you're retired now, but you've been on the job as an investigator for decades. And I couldn't understand for a moment why I heard on a hit and run, or even a suspected hit and run, within 13 hours, a rape kit would have been ordered. Have you, in your line of work, doing this kind of high-level investigation, ever seen anything like that?
When it comes to traffic accidents, never. This was the very first time. I did not have an understanding of why it was being ordered. We were not notified until later that it had been ordered. So no, I have no answers for you to why they would order a rape kit for what would be suspected as a hit and run, which it wasn't, but I would never understand that.
And the rape kit was ordered within 13 hours of the discovery of Stephen's body. Yet in that same time frame, if anybody thought this was anything other than a run-of-the-mill hit and run, you would have been called in with the MATE team. Correct. To do further investigation, and yet you were called off and a rape kit was called in. Does that square at all?
And that in itself does not make any sense at all if this was a hit and run. Because you don't need to do a rape kit on somebody that was hit by a car, period. We all know that. Okay. So they found something. Red says they found something in the search, or someone that was previously scared of Alex spoke out once he was locked up. That's kind of what I was thinking. Red, is that there were probably people that feared the family and or him himself. And, the fact that he got locked away, boom, You know, they're like, okay, he's gone now. It's safe. Let's do this. And I agree with that 100%. 100%. So if, you know, that's the scenario, there it is. Sorry, 1 second.
No, ma'am, it does not. I was puzzled and confused from start to when we actually got to finally pick up the case, why we weren't given the opportunity to, you know, be a part of it from the beginning.
Was Mate and your team, or even the South Carolina, you know, highway patrollers, were they ever given any information on what the rape kit yielded or where it ended up?
I know it ended up with SLED, but we were never given any information of the results, or I was not until I retired. Now, they may have an answer now, but as of 2018, we were never given any information.
I agree, Sunshine.
Pending whether it was negative or anything of that nature.
Well, I have a guest coming up who thinks he might have some resolution to that, and it's very distressing, to say the very least. I have other questions I want to ask you about that are equally distressing, and they involve the Murdaugh family as relates to this accident. Stephen Smith's father, who's no longer with us, I believe he died about a year after Stephen Smith was killed. Stephen Smith's father called you and had a specific question about Randy Murdaugh. What was the question?
So it was within a very short period of time that Stephen's father had contacted me and asked me about the law firm contacting him about retaining their services. He was really concerned why they would be calling and wanted my advice. Unfortunately, my rule is, or our rule is, investigators and the police, we do not give legal advice. I told him what I thought, you know, and he basically kind of said in short terms that he's not going to do anything at this point. But it was very unusual to me that within a very short period of time, he was contacted.
And then Sandy Smith had reported that they, meaning Randy, had offered free legal representation to that family within 72 hours of Stephen Smith's body being found in the road. And they didn't have a connection to Murdaugh's. They didn't even know what the resolution was yet. They didn't know if it was a hit and run, a murder, and yet a lawyer shows up on their door offering that the free legal advice. There was another moment I want to ask you about.
Yes, I did, Karen.
Sandy
Thank you.
reported that she saw Alex Murdaugh and Alex's brother Randy at the actual scene of where Stephen's body was found as she was driving to the funeral home. Would there be any reason at all for two lawyers like the Murdaughs, Alex and Randy, to be at the scene of where Stephen was found dead within such a short period of time?
In my opinion, no. Not if they were not involved in any way. In my opinion, I could not.
You know what, Red? I agree with you 500%. Oh my God, whatever. Any of the moderators, please deal with these trolls. They must be bored today. Yeah, this and again, that's the other case. I was actually looking at going into that one too, is what happened to the nanny. I mean, there's so much critical stuff that has gone on around this family, guys. It's insane. I've never seen so many different things involved with one family like this, you know. I mean, this almost has like a mob feel to it, you know, mafia feel to this family. It's crazy. And it's sad that money will do these things. Oh, I see it, Pookie. They'll get him. They'll get him. Don't worry about it, hon. We'll get it. Yeah, I know, Brandy. None of them are. We know who it probably is, and it's okay. They're haters. Pathetic, immature. It is what it is. Oh, absolutely. I think the fact that Alec is in jail is causing all sorts of things to pop up now. And I think that we're going to see a lot more than what we're seeing. I promise you, almost.
Not answer why they would be there.
Can I ask you one other question? I don't know if you know this because a lot of time has passed. It's almost 8 years since Stephen was killed. But the old case, it's now heating up. And one of the reasons that it's heating up is that the investigation into Paul and Maggie's death yielded something. And
that's the thing. That's the thing right there. Why did that happen? And how did that happen? Alex and his brother both showed up at the scene. Why would that happen in that situation if they did not know anything about this? Why? And don't say they just happened upon it, because I don't believe that, guys. There's no way in hell that I believe that. I don't care what they say. I don't believe it. And I think that they need to pull Alex and subpoena him to court in regards to this and find out. I mean, what does he have to lose now? You know, what does he have to lose? Tell the truth. Be honest. I mean, you know, there's no point to not telling the truth. At least give this family some closure, because I think he knows a lot more. In fact, I can almost guarantee he knows a lot more than what they think he knows. Okay. Or what he tells everybody he knows. I mean, this is insane, folks. This one family has all of this crap, and it's all because of money, guys. It's all because of money. It's sad. It's sad that money has this much control over everything. You know what I mean? I'm sorry to keep interrupting this, but I need to say these things over and over.
And it's a mystery to everyone. A, do you know? And B, do you hear anything?
Yeah, I know what you're
about
saying,
that?
Pookie. I agree.
There is something that you know, there are rumors flying out there that I will not get into. But yes, they are. They could be true. There could not be true. But yes, there is something that apparently that has been heard, said, or found that are rumors
Dustin,
that are the reason why it's heating up or did heat up.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below.
Yes, thank you, mods. As always, we don't have to handle these types of things normally, guys, but there's some bored, childish people out there today, so it is what it is. We do have to deal with them from time to time. My moderators are great. They will keep it clean. All right, where is it? I had an interview with Sandy, and I wanted you guys to hear that, which is Stephen's mother. Where did it go? Well, we here. Caden must have found something funny. He's home today because the school had no power. How about that one? You got a snow day with no snow on the ground. Gotta love it, right? Yeah, Popper's not busy. He'll whack everybody. I didn't see him come in yet. It's all right, Molly. Don't worry about it, hon. You know what? So I'm glad you said that, Sunshine. Mama Bear. Uh-oh. Mama Bear. Good to see you. Hold on, folks. That's for you if you're ready for it. If not, no worries. Anywho, what was I going to say? Oh, Sunshine's comment. Sorry, guys. I'm a little distracted back and forth with trolls and everything else. So I wonder who gave Stephen the money to buy his car. That's a good question, isn't it? It seems funny to me because, you know, he didn't have a whole lot of money. And yeah, just look at it that way. You know, I've been told that there she is.
Hi.
Welcome. Good to see ya.
Yeah.
Everything go good?
Yep, everything went great. Got breakfast at the same time.
That's awesome. Thanks for being here. We've missed you. We're being whacked by trolls today. They're having all sorts of fun in here, so it's been kind of distracting, but it is what it is.
I saw that. I was like, what's up with all the trolling?
They're just. I think I forgot to put up my subscriber thing today, and I think that's why. So my apologies. My apologies.
Okay.
Whatever. It gives the moderators a chance to get a workout from time to time since it's so quiet. You know what I mean? They're good.
Yeah.
And typically, if Dan's in here or Popper, he'll catch up beforehand anyway, so it's no big deal. Yeah. But anyway, again, thanks for joining us. Glad to see you. And let me finish this one up here, guys. This is talking to specific investigators that are looking into this as a homicide now. Okay, so and again, it gives you the different reasons why. And again, like I said, Jennifer said, a few other people said, this all goes back to money and drugs, guys. I mean, period. And like I said, the things that have been linked to this family since this started is uncanny to me. You know, it almost comes back as like a mob family or a mafia family. It's insane. I mean, you got a whole crew of redheads that are running everything in this area because of the money that this family has. Oh, good God. Anyway, moving on. And these people are taking it. The trolls are using other people's names. They're not even that person. So,
yeah.
But anyway, moving on.
You hear what the authorities are saying, and they make it sound like, well, we've always sort of suspected that this was a homicide. So how definitive was the declaration back in 2015 that this was a hit and run?
Well, thanks for having me, Dan. The declaration in 2015 was crystal clear that the cause of death was determined to be a hit and run pedestrian versus motor vehicle. And as far as the Smith family knew, that was the end of the story. And apparently something happened during the Murdaugh murder investigations in 2021. We don't know what that evidence was. We don't know what thread they came upon, but something in the course of that investigation caused them in 2021 to take a fresh look at the Stephen Smith situation. Although it's best the Smith family knew from 2015, that investigation had been closed and concluded.
So the authorities, though, are not telling you or the Smith family that anyone in the Murdaugh family are considered possible suspects, correct?
No, we're not aware of any Murdaugh being a person of interest in the Stephen Smith investigation. That is correct. We are told, however, that it is being actively investigated now as a homicide, not as a hit and run.
And this is again a little bit more from Corporal Mike Duncan, the former supervisor of the multidisciplinary accident investigation team when he was on Ashley Banfield's show. What's this?
We received a call. I was the one on call. As I got ready and literally walking out the door, got that second call and was surprised to have that second call and never have the opportunity to actually visit the scene. Extremely disappointed. And as many accident investigations that I've done along with the team, we've done several pedestrian where they're hit by cars, and I've never seen wounds like this that come from a car. And it was evident, and with other evidence that was there and that we saw, looked at with the body, and all in totality, it did not make sense why they were calling this a traffic accident.
Well, you add to that the fact that there was a rape kit, which just doesn't make any sense here, right?
Yeah, none of the forensic evidence from the time makes sense. And you can hear the frustration in that trooper. And when you read the investigative file from 2015, it's pretty clear that the troopers who were investigating at the time did not believe that it was a hit and run. The vehicle broke down 3 miles down a country road from where the body was found.
There's no skid marks. There's no vehicular damage of any kind whatsoever. You could see the square where his body came to rest. He's literally in the middle of the roadway. There are no injuries from his torso down, and he still has his laced up shoes on his feet. So none of that says that he was struck by a car, and yet we were left to accept that that was the outcome of the investigation.
Do you feel at this point that you and the family are now aligned with law enforcement on this?
Yeah, we absolutely do feel that we are aligned with law enforcement. And Dan, it was an important phone call we got. We just didn't get a call from a SLED agent. We got a call from Chief Keel, and that's a pretty powerful statement that the state's top cop would call to say, look, we don't think this is a hit and run. We're investigating it actively as a homicide, and we assure you that we are applying the resources necessary to get to the bottom of this case.
I want to play a piece of sound. This is from Jim Griffin, attorney for Alex Murdaugh, when he was on Chris Cuomo's show, talking about the possibility that they were at the scene of Stephen Smith's homicide. Let's listen.
I mean, sure, there was information that
Cuomo warning.
Murdaugh, maybe Alec Murdaugh showed up on an accident scene, but these are personal injury lawyers. And that is not an uncommon situation for personal injury lawyers in Hampton County to show up at an accident.
Is that common? I mean, I know that personal injury lawyers, will try to get business, et cetera, but showing up immediately after an accident, literally at the scene where the body is?
Thanks.
I can only tell you, I've been a lawyer for 30 years. I have never
in my life, I've been on, I don't know, 300 different accident scenes. Never seen an attorney walk up on an accident scene in my life, ever, for any reason. That to me says that they knew that he was there and that situation was going on. I've never seen. Now, I've heard, and I even looked into that at one time. I've heard that attorneys will listen to scanners sometimes, okay? But it's only been, from what I understand, I know this sounds ridiculous, but from what I understand, they show up on what they would, how can I depict as being a big money accident scene, okay? They're not going to show up for somebody that and I'm not trying to sound like Stephen Smith was not an important person by any means whatsoever, but he was just a person. He wasn't anybody in particular, important wise, money wise, anything like that. So there was really no reason for an attorney to go, oh, I got to get there now. You know what I mean? Unless they knew something else, unless they knew the situation. This in turn explains why they were the parents were contacted before the police contacted them by the Murdaugh family. Okay. Something is really, really dirty about this, folks. And I mean, you can't scrub this with no Dawn dish soap. This is dirty shit, period. I know that was a dumb euphemism, but I'm just saying dirty is all hell, guys. And it's freaking me out to know that this family very possibly has this much control over this many people and this much of this area, guys. It's insane. Right, Bonnie. There was no ambulance chasing with this one. They knew what the hell was going on and was trying to manipulate the situation, in my opinion. Period. Okay. And let's, everything we're talking about, remember, folks, is purely speculation. Alleged. Okay. All of this is alleged. Let's say, for instance, that there was a rumor going around that, watch everybody loved that euphemism, I guess. But anyway, that there was a rumor going around that Buster and Stephen had some sort of relationship. That could make Buster look bad in his mind and maybe ruin his reputation as who he was. Okay. So who would you run to when you have a family that has that money? Daddy, fix this. Daddy, fix this now. I'm just saying, guys. Okay. Again, this is ridiculous. And I have as soon as I heard that, what I had heard about this, I felt, you get that feeling that goes over you like, yeah, I believe this. Yeah, I can believe this. A lot of things we hear are like, yeah, that's crazy. There's no way that that's going to happen. That couldn't have been that way. That couldn't be. I absolutely believe what I've heard so far. Okay. I'll just put it that way. Thank you, Pookie. Why now that Alex is in jail? Because he's in jail, Linda, and he can't intimidate anybody. Well, I mean, not like he did. I'll put it that way. He can't go around intimidating people like he did with his money, with his power, okay? Because he's in jail. And I think that, the people that worked for him are gone, okay? But
And if I remember right, there was something during his trial that triggered them about Stephen's case.
That's exactly
So
what
they
Red.
waited till the trial was finished, and then
They rolled into it. Yeah. I can't remember exactly what it was, and I will find it. I know I can, but Red said the same thing just a little bit ago, that's what like brought this back to the surface again. A comment or a testimony that was made that made this happen. So, and thank God, because again, this mother has been thinking that, well, this mother has known the truth, in my opinion, but has to have, the tag of it put as her son was a hit and run, and that's it. That's not true justice, folks, and that's not
right.
It should be. You know what I mean? Again, being the voice for the voiceless, Stephen can't tell us what happened, and I'm sure there's a whole story to tell about this, guys.
Oh yeah, I bet.
This, in my opinion, is 100% a hate crime. I'm sorry. And whether the basis of it has meaning, it doesn't matter to me. Not at all. And I'm sorry for talking so much, Mama Bear. I actually was going to ask what you think about this, truthfully. They found something during right, Molly. And that in it alone is suspect. No more lawyers than Murdaugh. I mean, they have a crew of people that were doing this. What's up, Pink? Thanks for joining us. Definitely not going club hopping. I promise you that. This was an accident, folks. I didn't do this on purpose. I promise you. I did not want to look like a fat baby. I promise you. We already got one fat baby in here. We don't need two. Just saying. I was trying to trim my mustache, and I looked like I nicked upward, and I would have looked like Charlie Chaplin if I'd have left it. So we're not doing that. Or Hitler.
Groucho Marx.
Yeah, right. Or that's what I was thinking. I was Groucho Marx. Red. Oop, where'd it go? Red says, I'm more into believing Alex might have been acquiring Stephen's services. Buster has always been locked at the hip with some lookers, but okay, here's the thing though, Red. Let me ask you a question. If you have to carry a specific reputation because of your family name, okay, and you have to look to the public a certain way, okay, do you know where I'm going with this? Of course he's going to walk around with pretty girls on his hip and blah, 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 blah. I mean, he's not a good looking kid, to be honest with you. None of them are. They're like ginger derps. I don't even know what the hell to explain it. Like they have bad haircuts, everything, guys. They're attracted to people because they have $100 bills in their hands. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be a rude person, but it's fact. Like these guys do not attract the women that they've had on their hips. They don't. I've never seen a ginger Ken doll in my life. Okay. And these guys they're just not. So it's the money that was the attraction. It's not, anything else at all. I could believe that Buster was either all the way or halfway. You know what I mean? Sorry. I know the things I'm saying are wrong, but I'm just saying, guys, I'm being honest with you guys. I don't believe it. And who knows? Maybe Alex was the one that you're right. He had other issues that he kept secret. Who knows? Dinks. Right. But now but it's known that Stephen and the older, well, that's I never thought of that. That's right, Red. That Stephen had an interest in older men.
Yeah,
And
April mentioned that to me this morning. We were kind of
there was a DM I got from somebody yesterday. Well, this must have been being advertised or something, and it said along the lines of what we had seen in chat earlier about Stephen getting his car, and if other things were paid for him, and so on and so forth, from somebody that had money, that had a drug problem, that maybe when he was taking his drugs felt some sort of way about himself and came to reality with the way he really was. And you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the biggest thing, Linda, is his mother needs real justice. Oh my God, these people with these names too. They're mixing all sorts of names together. Go away, trolls. Thanks for the views. I appreciate it, but go away. Buster could have been, Linda, though. He really could have been. We just don't know. And maybe we will know. I hope. Let me finish this out.
Arrived at an accident scene, especially a death accident scene. There are rules about soliciting for cases. It is certainly acceptable if you're invited out, but at the invitation of a client, I don't know who that was would have extended that invitation.
Nobody could have called them except for one person, and it wasn't because of the accident scene. Remember that.
And so I don't know how or why anyone from the Murdaugh family ended up at the scene that day.
Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your cable provider. And don't forget.
Yeah, I took that down. You guys couldn't see the end of it, but you could hear it. That's all that matters. What's up, Larry? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, now, where did I go? Bring this down. Yeah, this is going to be another one, guys. This is going to end up being pretty high profile. I feel it. Because things are going to come out that shouldn't have come out, or I should rephrase that. Things are going to come out that should have came out 8 years ago. Okay, and everybody's going to go, "Oh my God, that couldn't have happened." But we know that it did. So,
right.
And a thing that I like about this, I hate the fact that he's being disturbed. Okay, but I like the fact that they're trying to exhume the body, and if they run DNA, I have a strong feeling. I mean, they're going to run DNA. That's why they're exhuming it. But I have a super strong feeling as to what's going to come from that, guys. And the fact that they had performed a SA kit on him, that's big, okay? Because if they can match any DNA with what could have been or was found with the SA kit, boom, there it is. That is going to flip this upside down, you guys. You have to understand that. Yeah, and that's, again, Linda, that was paid for. He paid for her. The mother was the only one that was attractive in the whole entire family. That's true. They're all, I don't even know how to explain it. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. I mean, it's one of them situations. You see Buster walking around with these girls here and there, and you're like, what the hell's she doing with him? One of them situations. That doesn't fit. That doesn't match. Right. Did I not play this one already? No, I didn't. Okay, good. This is the other one I want you guys to see. Yeah, Linda. I've never seen a family other than the John Gotti family full of more secrets in my life. It's insane. Alex's brother showed up to the double for Alex. Interesting. He had the mom on speed dial. Right? Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Red.
An investigation into Stephen Smith's 2015 death, receiving fresh law enforcement resources and bringing renewed hope to his family.
I've been wanting this for the last 8 years, and now it's happening.
The South Carolina Law Enforcement Division says progress has been made. The chief assigning additional agents to work this case in the hopes that those who may know what happened to Mr. Smith are more willing to speak freely now than they may have been in 2015 or 2021. According to police reports, 19-year-old Stephen Smith was found dead on a rural road, his shoes still on his feet. A short distance away, his abandoned car, the gas cap unscrewed, his wallet inside. At the time, the on-scene supervisor telling a detective it appeared to be a homicide, but the medical examiner ruled it a hit and run. A determination later
Now, I'm going to make something noted to you guys real quick. This part right here. Hold on.
But the medical examiner ruled it a hit and run. Appeared to be a homicide. The on-scene supervisor cap unscrewed.
Okay. If somebody ran out of gas, okay, and decided that they were going to go walking to pick up gas, first of all, I did not see nor hear nothing about a gas can. I may be wrong. If I am, we'll figure it out. Secondly, if somebody is going to go get gas and they're walking down the road, whatever they're doing, they're not going to unscrew the gas cap to their gas tank and leave it hanging while they're going to get gas. That doesn't happen until you go to put gas in the car. Okay, whoever set this scene up, staged this, is a jackass. I'm sorry. Okay, because who's going to believe that? Nobody's going to believe that. There's no gas can, and you have your cap. Oh, what was he going to do, guys? Did he look down in the tank to see if he was out of gas? Is that why it was dangling? No. This is so stupid. Whoever staged this is an idiot. I'm sorry. Okay? The gas cap would not have come off until the man was ready to dump gas into his car. This was put out there for somebody to go, oh, he was out of gas. Okay. But whoever believes this is right there in that same classification of jackass with the person that staged this. I'm sorry.
And what's funny, sorry.
What? No, go ahead.
What's funny is in the autopsy report, it says Miles down to the road and was out of gas. The descendant appeared to be heading to his home. It didn't say he was walking to get gas. It said it appeared he was walking home.
Right. So if he's going home again, why did he unscrew the gas? Did he think that the gas ferry was going to come and leave gas for him? Is that what this is? Because this is so stupid.
Right.
Again, even the people that staged this, I guess the people working for them or whoever or whatever, or them themselves that showed up at the scene for no apparent reason whatsoever, weren't thinking, I guess, the way they should have been. Makes you wonder how smart they really were, huh? And on top of that, somebody that's walking home, I'll tell you what, guys, this is what, if I run out of gas the next time I ever do, I'm going to unscrew my gas cap, leave it dang. I'm going to throw my wallet on the seat too. That way anybody can steal it if they want to. I'm going to walk home and leave it there. I mean, this is what I'm going to do because that's what people do. This is just ignorant. It's preposterous. Probably thought he was being robbed, so left a wallet. Okay. Yeah, that's very possible. But and I hate to say this, sadly, I don't think that what happened to him happened there at that scene. I don't. Okay. I think that this entire scene was staged. I think what happened to him happened somewhere else. And then somebody was called and said, what do I do? And they said, okay, we'll handle it. And this is why this all happens here. That's my theory on it. Okay. And that's what I want to know, Pookie, is where the actual scene was. And it could have been multiple places, guys. And I'm hoping that somehow or another that is brought out. Because I can guarantee you this was not the scene. Okay? The staging is poor is not even the word, Brandy. This is idiotic. And if the people that staged this, who I think staged this, then they need to have other things looked at in their life. Because obviously they shouldn't be the people that they are if they're dumb enough to stage something like this. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm being honest with you guys. This irritates me. The stupidity and the arrogance and the ignorance irritates the hell out of me. I'm sorry. You're this arrogant that you can think somebody's going to believe this? Come on. He was 3 miles from car and 3 miles from his home. So he was right in between. Interesting. It's all staged, Lance. The whole thing was staged, period. Even to the point where the car was parked that way. Come on. Ridiculous.
His wallet inside. At the time, the on-scene supervisor telling a detective it appeared to be a homicide, but the medical examiner ruled it a hit and run, a determination later challenged by investigators.
There's no marks from a vehicle, no skid marks in the roadway, nothing in the grass.
Police recordings also
Don't forget that he ended up with a hole in his head too, guys. Okay, not to be rude. That's the other part of this.
show the Murdaugh family name came up multiple times in interviews from 2015.
There they are. Look at them. Look at these guys that attract all these hot women. Makes no sense to me. I'm sorry.
Including with Stephen's mother.
The rumors that's going around Hampton that everybody keeps coming up to me and saying it was Murdaugh boys.
The Murdaugh boys?
Yes, whoever they are.
Other individuals also mentioned the name Murdaugh during taped interviews.
And who was that? Okay. And I'll be honest with you, Buster Murdaugh's been on our radar long before this.
Buster Murdaugh, the surviving son of convicted killer Alec Murdaugh, says he had nothing to do with Smith's death and asked for privacy as he grieves the murders of his mother and brother. In a statement shared with NBC News earlier this week, Buster Murdaugh called the rumors he and Stephen had a relationship baseless and denied any involvement with his death, adding, "My heart goes out to the Smith family." Buster Murdaugh was never interviewed by police about the 2015 case.
Now, the attorney for Stephen Smith's mother, Eric Bland, says he plans to petition a judge for the exhumation of Smith's body and get an independent autopsy conducted. He also says the Murdaugh name yielded powerful influence and maybe intimidated potential witnesses. He's hoping that now they'll speak more freely about the truth. Craig?
All right, Katie Beckforce there in Columbia, South Carolina. Once again, Katie.
And I'll be honest with you, Buster Murdaugh's been on our radar long before this.
Buster Murdaugh, the surviving son of convicted killer.
A dildo with ears. That's all I can say. These people make me sick. I'm sorry, but they do. The whole damn family. I can't. And I hate to say anything about the mother because she's deceased, or the other child that's deceased, you know, but they weren't the greatest of people either, guys. She had her dark side, and so did the child, you know, the younger one. Or is he was young? Yeah, he was younger. I don't get it. I don't. This whole family disgusts me. I'm sorry. He does look like Lurch. You rang. Whatever. Which one, Molly? There's so many of them going on over there.
Right.
Yeah, Sled was involved, not in the Smith case, but Sled. Or wait. No, they weren't involved. Sorry, Alex's case, and I think that's when they got involved in the Stephen Smith case, right?
Yeah, like the first note in this huge packet of paperwork mentions Sled in Hampton County. So they were involved with Stephen's case.
But is
right
that
off
new?
the bat.
Oh, they were involved in it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I was completely.
Corporal Allen advised me that we weren't needed at the autopsy. This was according to Sled and Hampton County SO.
Well, that interview with that gentleman that we first watched, he was with Sled then. I misunderstood that. My apologies. I got it now. That makes sense. So yeah. Okay. I thought that he was with the other agency. I didn't know that was Sled, but my apologies, folks. So yeah, then he was involved with it. Yeah, Mama Bear knows more about it than I do. That's a fact.
Well, the case she's talking about in Idaho.
Oh, Molly's? Okay.
Yeah. Don't confuse him any more than he already is, guys.
Yeah, who knows? I may end up shaving my head bald next time. I'll look like Mr. Whatchamacallit here.
Mr. Clean.
Yeah, the uncle and the mom came after an accident that the youngest boy had, and they were removing beer cans and guns before the police got there. Of course they were. This is what this family does. This is what they do. They probably talked to Big Dad here and said, "Oh, you got to make sure this is done and that's done because they can get you for this, that, and everything else, and make it as illegal as you possibly can." So that way I can cover it up real well. South Carolina law enforcement. Okay. So again, back to where we were with this one. Right about there. Okay.
About the truth. Craig?
All right. Katie Beckforce there in Columbia, South Carolina. Once again, Katie, thank you. Let's bring in
Absolutely,
NBC's
Sunshine.
senior legal correspondent, Laura Jarrett. Laura, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning, Craig.
8 years after the death of Stephen Smith, how hard is it to put together a murder investigation considering how much time has lapsed?
It's difficult, but it's not impossible. We can all think about cold cases that were solved decades after a killing took place. The real issue here is that so much attention has been focused on this case.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a Netflix documentary, there's an HBO documentary. It's very hard to control witnesses and their memories after so much time, especially when they've been out there talking about the case so much. You also just have to wonder how much of the evidence was preserved. We don't know enough about that. So is it impossible? No. Is it difficult? Absolutely.
We should point out once again that Buster Murdaugh has denied any involvement in the death of Stephen Smith. He was not questioned at the time. Any chance that Buster Murdaugh gets questioned this time by investigators?
Why would he want to have any connection to this at all? If he says he has nothing to do with it, they have no probable cause to believe that he has any involvement. He's completely denied it. I think it's really hard. This is all sort of based on rumor and innuendo. And even you can see in Katie's piece, the detectives are saying he's been on our radar. Why?
Right.
There's just no hard evidence. And without that, you can imagine Buster doesn't have a great relationship with authorities right now. They just managed to get a murder conviction against his dad. And so I don't see any incentive for him to come in and talk.
So that being said, where does the investigation then go from here?
Well, it's interesting. The detectives put out this statement yesterday. And one thing that did catch my eyes, they said progress has been made. What progress? What have they found?
Yeah.
They're clearly hoping more people are going to come forward and talk. Remains to be seen whether they do.
It's also interesting to me that the evidence that led to this investigation seemingly was uncovered during the investigation into the double murder.
We just don't know yet what that is.
Yeah. Laura Jarrett. Laura, thanks as always.
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every weekday at 11.
No problem, Al. Thanks yourself. Karen, we're going to look into this case that you sent us. I'm going to send it to Mama Bear too, and she can check it out herself, see what she thinks too. And we'll see what goes on from there. If it's, definitely something that needs looked into, we'll definitely pull it up here. What was I going to say? Yeah, that's what that was all about, guys. That one video I showed you where it showed the one bald guy talking, saying that they thought they were going to the scene and then they were called off for going. That's what that was all about. That's who he worked with, which again makes no sense unless somebody of power said, nope, we got this handled. You don't need to deal with this. Walk away. Gee, I wonder who that would be.
I want to know more about this Mark Bickard or whatever that he was supposedly in a relationship with.
Who that Stephen was?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How do you spell his last name again? Because I could
Who,
never.
Mark's?
Yeah, I couldn't pronounce it either. Like
B-I. Let's see if I can read this guy's handwriting. Bickhardt.
Bichard. I think the K is.
That could be.
That might be it. One second.
Molly, it's Mark, M-A-R-C, maybe Bichard, B-I-C-K-H-A-R-D-T.
I think it is Bichard is how it's pronounced.
Red says he's creepy. Lance says he's creepy.
Who this Mark the Mark guy?
I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
And Stephen's mom in these reports said that Stephen wouldn't walk home. He was too skittish.
Mm-hmm. Could someone have been in the car with him to set it all up? That's very possible, Transporter. I mean, I never thought of it like that. I still think, here's my thought, okay? I think that he was somewhere else, okay, at a different place or with someone else at that time, very possibly, or he was just somewhere else doing his own thing, minding his own business, and things were being said that other people didn't want to be said, and it needed to be dealt with. And I think somebody went and dealt with that situation, and then they had to make it look like something else. So the Three Stooges went and staged this scene, okay? Because that's who looks like it's staged. It was staged by, and said, okay, we're good now. And I think it was known from the beginning when the first responders got there that this didn't look right. They made it known it didn't look right, but then other people that have more power stepped in and said, this is what it is, let it be, and walk away. This stuff happens, guys. It really does, okay? And that's what I think the scenario is with this. You can deny,
I believe so, Molly.
Bashard, yeah.
Yeah.
Here, one moment, folks. This is True Crime Rocket Science provided this, by the way. This is a little bit about Mark Bashard, guys, and Stephen's last moments with this person, or text messages, things like that. Okay.
Great, Jennifer.
The good old boys club, right?
Somebody was there. There was more than one person that done this, and somebody knows. And they set him up on that road to make it look like a hit and run.
Hello, and welcome to True Crime Rocket Science, the most authentic voice in true crime. The South Carolina Highway Patrol Multidisciplinary Accident Investigation Team, what a mouthful, that's MAIT for short, has a 110-page document with numerous references to a 47-year-old South Carolina man. This man was arrested and booked in Cocoa, Florida, for driving without a license less than a year after Stephen's death. His name, Mark Bickert. The penultimate 6 pages of the...
Okay, so his name is Bickert. Now we know how to say it.
The MAIT report include expletive-laden screen grabs of Bickert's Facebook page. His eye seems to be directed at Stephen's sister, who he accuses, blames, and maligns. His Facebook posts from around July 2015 include photos of Stephen that I've never seen before, and apparently heartbroken messages from a bereaved ex-boyfriend, such as this one. Bickert's social media seem...
This way you guys can read this real quick, if you can see it.
I think I might have those at the back of this document.
To my boyfriend Steven, I miss you more miss you more in my more than ever than before. Okay, so he was illiterate too. Good Lord. To my boyfriend Steppen, I miss you more in my more than ever than before. However kill you, they don't. What the hell? What? Am I reading that wrong? Than ever before. However kill you, they don't. Not what they take for you and family and boyfriend. I hope they get or brought or. Hold on, guys. I need to figure out what the hell I'm trying to say myself. Okay. I hope they get or brought to justice. You all the lowest dumb piece of crap on the earth. I have ever seen. And when the cops get you, you're going to get your own in jail. God help, because I know there are not too many people will turn your safe in. If you are any human being, you just got was heartless piece of shit. What come around goes around when it comes back around and bites you. Be there when you're arrested and tried and convicted of Stephen's mobile murder and killing. Okay.
Well, that was interesting.
I feel dumb now. Good Lord.
Messy and incoherent, and
that's him right there, folks.
Oh.
Oh, buddy. I'm so sorry.
Are references to substance abuse, but Bickert repeatedly refers to Stephen as his boyfriend. If so, there would be an almost 28-year age difference between them. And Bickert, based on his social media, clearly isn't a prominent citizen. And yet, looking at the notes from the MAIT investigation, there are repeated references to him. On the 14th of July, contacted Mark Bickert by phone. Mr. Bickert was in a relationship with Stephen Smith. 14th of July, traveled
to the Bickert's residence and conducted an audio interview. States him and Stephen were in a relationship. States he had talked with Stephen by phone and text on the morning of the incident. States that he believed foul play was involved. This is from a third person now, guys. You know, I mean, obviously this guy, I don't know. Seems like he may not be the best person to refer to for this, but it's still another person stating the same type thing, okay? After leaving Mr. Bickert's residence, he called me at approximately 14:12, which would be 2:12 in the afternoon, I'm guessing, or maybe in the morning, but states that he is not sure about the blank and just rambled in conversation. Not sure about, what does that say? Hold on.
To Mr. Bickert's residence and conducted an audio interview. States him and Stephen were in a relationship. States he had talked with Stephen by phone and text on the morning of the incident.
What do you think happened to him? I think he was beaten to death.
Before we get to the rest of this episode, if you haven't subscribed to the channel, please do.
And that's the problem right there, folks. Is based on the injuries that were listed, that's exactly what I think happened to him. I think it was blunt force trauma. I think maybe more than one person did this to him too. I don't think one specific person beat him to death. I think it was more than maybe 2 or 3 people, truthfully.
If you're interested in the Murdoch saga, I will be continuing my analysis dealing with the finances and other dirty secrets, so look out for that. If you're enjoying this episode, please like, share, leave a comment, and let's get started. On the 15th of July, the references in the MAIT investigative report to Mr. Bickert continue. Mr. Bickert called at 16:37 hours and left a message. Mr. Bickert called 3 times at 34 minutes past midnight. At 35 minutes past midnight and left a Mark Bickert by phone, went straight to voicemail.
Why is this guy calling them at 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning? That tells its own story, in my opinion. Something's not right. I mean, other than maybe the guy's off, which I can go with that, but still, he's calling it like multiple times, all hours of the day and night. It's like almost like he knows something for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and where you asked what the rest of that said, the rest of that sentence said like he was unsure of the timelines and just kind of rambled on.
Okay. Got you.
Left Mr. Bickert a message, time 10:54 hours. Attempted to contact Mark Bickert, left a message 10 past 1. The next day, 18 August, attempted to call Mark Bickert, still goes straight to voicemail. Left a message 12:05 hours. About a week later, 26th of August, attempted to call Mark Bickert, left a message, goes straight to voicemail. So 1 month after Stephen's death in mid-August 2015, while the police were calling him, Bickert appeared to be selling his furniture online. And then in mid-September, he left Hampton, South Carolina for Walterboro, South Carolina. And Walterboro is where the trial was held for Alec Murdoch, also where Alec Murdoch was convicted by a jury of his peers. Now, Bickert's Facebook posts continue to be peppered with photos of Stephen. He talks about difficulties with his physical and mental health and references to his own sexuality. He clearly identifies as homosexual. In 2017, he purchased a vehicle after wrecking a Lincoln in October 2017. So the question is there anything of substance to take out of Bickert's connection to Stephen? Also, why doesn't Stephen's mom ever mention him? And so this is an excerpt from his social media that I want to bring to your attention. And I'll put I'll put a link to his Facebook in the description so you can have a browse around yourself. And so these are Bickert's own words. 8 years ago, in a comment posted on Facebook on August 13, 2015, basically a month and a week after Stephen's death. This is what he writes. Okay, girl, I moved here to be with Stephen and closer to Stephen to go to school. And then he was killed July 8th on the back roads, Hampton. And it's a little bit garbled what he says. And they don't really know much of anything at this point. So they know, we know, and the cops know that he was coming to my house and leaving his father's house. That's about, I think he means that's about all I know. He says that they will not miss anything that I know. But at this point, it looked like the car ran out of gas. He writes, it's impossible. I bought Stephen $150 gas card at the gate so that he had gas at.
How about that, folks? How about that? So he had no reason to be out of gas. Okay. There's another thing adds to the stupid staging that they did. Maybe they should have checked those things before they tried to stage the scene to look like they did, because it's obviously not believable. Not at my point.
As of the second, I think he means week of July, though it was impossible that he ran out of gas. It's a little bit garbled, difficult to make out what he's really saying here. They made it look like his car was found in one place and his body was found somewhere else. And then this might be significant, but the last taxes, and I think that's a reference to texts, the last taxes that between me and him was he was 30 minutes away, walking distance. That's how far away he would be. But why would he walk back to his father's house? So here's a reference to him thinking, did you walk back to your father's house? And so this is why it's so important to recover the texts from Stephen's phone. What exactly were those texts and to whom? And so if Bickert's version is accurate, are Stephen's last text messages to him, to this 47-year-old man? And is it perhaps confirmation that he was a 30-minute walk from home and that he intended to walk it? Another question is why, if Bickert was in the area and if he knew Stephen was stranded by the side of the road and awake and reading the love of his life's text messages, why didn't he go out and help him? On the 29th of January, 2016, Bickert also acknowledges Stephen's birthday, and that is the date of Stephen's birthday. You would imagine that this person who was so close to Stephen and who Stephen seemed to communicate with, the very last person he did seem to communicate with, you would think that he's the most important witness in this investigation. So where is he? Thank you for listening, and I'll see you guys next time.
That is a good point. Where is he? And why is he not being brought in? Again, thank you so much, very, very much, Heather. I appreciate that, especially today. Like this YouTuber gets subscribers, busy concentrating on a case of the moment, like bully case. I know. Could someone have taken the gas out of the car? And that's very possible, Transporter. That maybe that's why the gas cap was open. And they funneled the gas out of the car to make it look like he ran out of gas. But still, so Dago, check what's trending in crime and investigate. I'm working on it, Linda. I'm working on it. A working guy being called late at night is probably relatively normal, to be honest. I mean, multiple times though, Red. Like, why wouldn't he talk to them during the day, or at least maybe early evening, not 3 a.m? That's kind of off. You know what I mean? Or 1 a.m, or whatever it was. I mean, it just seems off to me. A glorified lawnmower, yeah, oversized roller. It is a tiny car. I'll say that much. It must have been, and that's the other thing is it must have been great on gas. Okay, And if he gave him a $150 gas card, I'm sure that he probably had enough gas in his car. Yeah, I'm definitely working on that, Linda, for sure. Which begs the question, if the scene was staged, which we think, then there was no walking, which means creeper would be lying. And why lie unless? I mean, yeah, that's a good point, Red. That's why you're here. you always find these logical points to bring up. Oh yeah, I know, Linda. They really did too. Yeah, I should have covered Depp's case more than I did, and I didn't. I think we were busy doing something else. One second, everyone. Go ahead, Mama Bear. What were you going to say?
Looking at these documents while you're talking, looks like he tried to call Mark on August 17th and left a message. The 18th left a message. Again on August 26th, left a message. And I think that was probably the last time. So almost a month tried to get a hold of him. And so where is this dude? Who's Cecil?
Looks like the last post from this Facebook was on June 14th of this past year. I don't think I'd mind talking to him or trying to.
Somebody says there was a green Jeep that was following Stephen on or the day before he passed. I didn't see that when I looked at these before.
And who did that come from? Did he call the police and report it?
It says August 26th, spoke with Stephanie Smith about Nora Williams and Dale Stanley. I have no idea who these people are. I know Stephanie's his mom, but states Dale says there was a green Jeep that was following Stephen on or the day before he passed.
Okay, gotcha.
I would think you'd be able to find a green who owns a green Jeep pretty easily.
Yeah. I mean, and that's another option too, Linda. But I don't think he was hit by a car. I think his injuries would have been completely different if he was hit by a car. And again, that's due to my experience with those types of things. Okay. I think he was beat to death because
he'd been hit by a car, there would have been fiberglass fragments, plastic fragments, things like that in his skin on the road, and there was none of that.
Not one bit of it.
No.
I don't know, Red. I'm looking for it, and I don't see it here. Let me 1 second.
Okay, guys.
Not that I
So
Go ahead. What were you going to say?
Pookie asked if anyone tried to start Steven's car, and I said, not that I know of.
If they did, they didn't talk about it.
Yeah.
Nothing in this case makes any sense, Sunshine. Based on what they've been putting out there, it doesn't, at least. And here's another post from Mr. Bickert. I found. Let me see if I can read this too. My boyfriend is Stephen Nicholas Smith. You are missed by so many, and this was July 14th of 2015, and it was still listed as coming from Hampton, South Carolina. You are missed by so many, your family, your father, your mother, your brothers, your sisters, your nieces, your nephews and aunts, your uncles, your cousins, and most of all me. I met you and we both fell in love, and immediately I moved to Hampton to be with you. I will always be with you. Legacy will live on, nurturing, caring, loving man that always trying to make people happy, even on a bad day for you when God made you. And Stephen, he broke the mold, and all your friends and family will agree with me on this. You were up in heaven looking down on us every day, but it's hard. You're not it's hard to you not being here with us, I hope. But that's being selfish. Your young life was cut short, and we were going to get married, me and you. That was our plan. Whoa. Two, when you graduated, you, me, and my son wanted to move where you wanted to go, St. Petersburg, Florida, and my heart is bleeding. I don't know what I could ever love again, but life must go on. The world must go round. It is not easy, but it has to keep going. But we know you're looking down. I love you with all my heart, my soul, and my flesh. I'm guessing that's flesh. I will always have. I can't see the rest of it. Damn it. Okay. Yoy. Hold on. Does that change it? No, it doesn't. I guess I didn't have to download that then. But anyway, so there's that. And there is. Let's see if this gives it to me now. Where it's saying it's got videos of interview with I'd like to know where he's at now, and if he is, like, why he hasn't stepped forward. If this has been reopened, then you would think that he would step forward to, I guess, say his piece on this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
If he has anything he can help with, even if he did move out of the area, he knows it's on the news. You know, like, let's step up and say something here, and let's make something happen. If you have something that you can put out there, where the hell is it? It's saying that it's here and it's not here. So wait a minute, maybe is it over here? Where the hell is it? Come to Butthead. This is ridiculous. It states that it's here, but it's not here. It's got to be here. Where are you? Show me.
So one of the officers spoke with the pathologist. I asked her why she stated that in the report. Oh no, whoops, I lost my line. Where'd it go? I asked her why she stated that in the report, meaning he was hit by it was a hit and run. And her answer was because he was found in the road. She had no evidence other than that for the statement being put in the report. She asked, why did we not think it was a vehicle strike? And I explained to her that we had no evidence of this individual being struck by a vehicle. I asked her if someone with a baseball bat could do that, and she stated no. When I probed further, saying what about someone in a moving car with a bat, she stated, well, I guess it's possible. She then asked if we found a bat as evidence. I could see that this conversation was not going to yield any positive results. As I was leaving, she stated that the report was preliminary and it was my job to figure out what it was struck him, not her. Well, so just because he was laying in the road is why she said it was a motor vehicle hit.
That doesn't make sense. I mean, somebody could be walking down the road, have a heart attack, and fall out right there. I mean, it doesn't have to be a motor vehicle. You know what I mean?
Right.
Or somebody could have drove by and shot at him, or I mean, anything can happen.
Yeah. The coroner did not agree with the pathologist. This told me that he does not agree with the pathologist, stating that the victim was struck by a motor vehicle. We discussed the fact that the report states the cause of death as blunt head trauma, motor vehicle crash, pedestrian versus vehicle. Then the manner of death was undetermined. I would think that the blunt force head trauma would be the cause of death and the motor vehicle crash would be the manner the trauma was delivered to cause the death. The pathologist also states in the report that in the light of historical information along with the autopsy, these conclusions were made. The information is correct. The coroner did tell me that the deputy coroner that had gone down to MUSC the morning of the autopsy and spoke with the pathologist, she has since been fired from his office. Oh. So it sounds like there's some cover-up going on, as we suspected.
Look at this. Isn't this interesting? Stephen Smith investigators had Buster Murdaugh tips and suspected homicide, and now this video has been taken down. Interesting.
Surprise, surprise.
We can still read what it said. Officials originally suspected foul play in the death of South Carolina teen Stephen Smith and had heard rumors about the students linked to Buster Murdaugh. Weeks of the mysterious supposed hit-and-run files from the initial investigation reveal. The extensive reports released this week by Fit News include details from officers who responded to the grisly scene in the early hours of July 8th of 2015. Smith, 19, was found face down in the middle of Sandy Run Road, Hampton, South Carolina, with some sort of blunt force trauma to the head. Okay. Now, once again, as I've seen from experience, if somebody is hit by a car walking, like Mama Bear said, there's going to be fragments of fiberglass and or plastic pieces. If a car's moving 45 miles an hour, per se, and they hit a body, or just like hitting a deer, it's going to do damage to the vehicle, okay? It's going to crack the bumper. It's going to crack the windshield because the body typically will come up on the windshield. And there would be pieces of it on his body. His back would have injuries. His legs would have injuries, not blunt force trauma to the head. I'm sure he could have head trauma too, but not just that type of thing. You know what I mean? So this is, again, another problem for me. Linda says she doesn't trust that pathologist.
I mean, there's no injuries from shoulders down. There's no injuries, so that doesn't make sense with being
Not
hit
at
by a
all.
car.
And there could have,
Unless he
there
was
should be
standing on his head.
probably, right. there should be neck injuries. There should be. It said he had shoulder injuries to the left and right arm, but there's nothing on his hips, his waist, his legs, nothing.
Yeah.
If you're hit by a car, that's going to take most of the force. It's the legs and the hip region, guys. Nothing. Okay. Pookie says he was essayed and beaten and shot once with a 22. Has the shot thing been discounted so far for sure?
I think so. I'll look through this.
I thought
and
it
see
was
if I can
too.
find it. But I'm pretty sure it was. Let me see if I can find it. I mean, there's only 110 pages here.
Okay, Transporter says only, well, I mean, you know. Okay, someone said they filled his tank. Was the car checked to see in full to see if someone had put a hole in the fuel tank that he might check his in case fuel block when they pulled over. That we don't know. It may be in that report she's talking about. So it's going to take some time for whoever to read it to find these things, I'm guessing. So, and I'd be more than happy to read through it too. I really would. Could have been a 22 direct contact up close, like there's a bullet in the brain somewhere. I don't know, Pookie. Like I said, I would want to see. Okay, here's what's going to happen, and this is what needs to happen. When they exhume his body, I think one of the first things they're going to look for is a bullet hole. Okay, that way they can get rid of that and be done with that part of it. And then they're going to check the rest of his body for other injuries. Excuse me. So on and so forth.
The autopsy report says nothing about a hole in the head.
There's nothing. Okay. So that must have been discounted then. Let me finish reading this. Some sort of blunt trauma to the head. South Carolina Department of Public Safety, SCDPO. Yeah, what I just said. Officer D.B. Rowell's summary of the scene reads, we see no evidence to suggest the victim was struck by a vehicle, like I said. The note continues, the nursing student was spotted around 4 a.m. by Ronnie Capers Jr., who drove by the body on his way to work. I'd like to talk to him, and called 911. Smith was found with his iPhone and car keys in. Why'd you stop doing that? In his pocket, and his car was later found a couple of miles from the scene on the road with the gas tank door open, the gas cap hanging out. I still don't like that. Several write-ups from the other responding officers, including one from a South Carolina State Highway Patrol investigator identified as Booker, noted that Smith's death appeared to be a homicide. Okay, so we have how many people claiming that this is a homicide, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then not. That's dumb. Multiple early reports also state that Smith had what appeared to be a gunshot wound above his right brow and a defensive wound to one of his hands. How do you make that mistake? I want to know that. Even if you're a Cracker Jack box pathologist, whatever it is, how do you make that mistake? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yep.
A bullet hole is a bullet hole, folks. You don't make that mistake. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. That's not what that was. I mean, come on. Okay, so I can't sometimes with these cases. I'm telling you. The nature of Smith's death, however, was later that day, following an autopsy by pathologist Dr. Aaron. In fact, you know what? You probably already have it, but I'm doing it anyway.
Huh?
Aaron Presnell. This is the person that did that's the pathologist, right?
Oh, yes.
Who ruled that the teen was killed by a vehicle hit and run. So we go from somebody stating that clearly saw something on this boy's face that looked like a hole up here to not having one at all to being hit by a car. It doesn't make any sense. Okay?
And there's a laboratory report, and it's like items of evidence. One black Nike short sleeve shirt. No automotive paint found. One pair of khaki Union Bay cargo shorts.
None.
No automotive paint found. They took something.
And it says that?
Like,
It says no automotive paint found. There it is. There it is.
Yeah. And then looks like they cut a piece from the shorts. They used the infrared spectroscopy with the microscope.
I know what you're
Sorry, that's no automotive paint found. One pair of blue Airspeed footwear shoes. No automotive paint found. And then it says debris collected from items 2 through 4, which is obviously the shirt, the shorts, and the shoes. Results, it says several single layer metallic blue paint chips were found. Due to the condition of the sample, no make, model, and year information was able to be obtained. These paint chips are suitable for comparison should a standard become available. So where did they come from? Because everything says no automotive paint found. You want me to share it with you?
Hold on 1 second. You found?
Huh?
What'd you say? I said, where were those paint chips found?
It was debris that was collected from all of the items. Here, I'll share it with you so you can see it and they can see it. Because it'll be easy.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on. That's fine. This is ridiculous, you guys. I'm telling you right now. Thank you, Mama Bear.
Mm-hmm.
Kerplui. There we go. Trace evidence. Can you make it? Okay, thank you.
Let me scoot it over here.
One black Nike short sleeve shirt with analyzed physical characteristics. No automotive paint found. Okay. The Union Bay cargo shorts. No paint found. Okay. No automotive paint found. Okay. That was through a spectroscope. Okay. And that will pick up everything. No paint found. Once again, debris collected from items. Several single layer metallic blue paint chips were found. Due to the condition of the sample, no make, model, and information. Okay. Okay. Anyway, now at this point now, okay.
Okay.
If they were single layer metallic blue paint chips, several, which means they're like microscopic, okay? They found these on all of the items, correct?
It's what it says, yeah.
Through an electron microscope. Now, that could be from him leaning against something and having, or something that he walked on that was on his shoes. Because if they found nothing on anything else of any sort, at all, then this makes zero sense.
Right.
If they're that's the only thing I'm saying is if they're microscopic, they could have been minuscule. I mean, super small to the human eye can't see this. Could be from him walking on something where this was at, or leaning on something where this was at, but they didn't see anything on him as a person that showed any kind of paint. Okay. And I'm going to venture to say he had on shorts. They didn't say anything about his legs showing any kind of paint, his shorts showing any kind of paint. That's where you're going to find that. It is on the lower half of his body, most likely, before anywhere else. Okay. There's the shorts, nothing. His shoes, nothing. Wait, cutting taken from item. Nothing. Airspeed, foot. I don't even know what those are, but nothing. Debris collected from 2 and 4. So his shoes and his, what was number 2? The shorts?
It was a shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, shirt. So shirt and shoes is where it says that the. Okay, so sled was involved in this. That's good. The debris was collected from items 2 and 4 with a spectroscope.
Shoes.
And that the shirt and the shoes. There was nothing on his pants though.
No.
Okay. That's quite odd. Very, very odd, and if you ask me. 1 second.
Okay.
All right. So initial scene consisted of the roadway, blah blah blah. Upon completion of the initial scene, sled earlier reported the crime scene. During the crime scene investigation, photographs were taken by sled. Copy of the crime scene. Okay. And there was nothing found on the road as far as damage from a vehicle, pieces of anything. No fiberglass was listed in this, which bumpers are made of plastic and fiberglass nowadays, folks. Unless they had a car from the 60s that was made out of all metal. Okay. Or the 70s, or maybe the 80s, but I highly doubt it. So, refer to the crime scene notes for further information. Do we have any pictures of the crime scene by chance?
Just the ones that have the road with the square.
Okay.
Was that in the slides, or can I put those in the slides?
Yeah.
Did I?
I said
Okay.
that this morning, I believe. Wait, what was that right there? Go back up a little bit, Mama Bear. Right there. CS notes, CS sketch, chain of custody. Okay, go ahead. Crime scene attachment, GSR kit taken from Stephen Nicholas Smith. Okay, now I have a question about this. You guys know what a GSR kit is, correct?
I do.
You do. Okay, why?
Because for whatever reason, they assumed that the lacerations on his head was a gunshot wound. Was the only thing I could come up with.
But if they, I mean, how do you make a mistake like that is what I'm saying.
I don't know.
I mean, a gunshot, I've seen them, folks. Okay, it's clearly visible as to what it is. A laceration is a laceration. A gunshot hole is a gunshot hole.
Right.
There's two different, they're completely different looking. There's nothing, even if you had road rash on your forehead and you were drug on the ground, it doesn't look like a gunshot hole. It's raw meat. I'm sorry to be gross, but it is what it is.
Right.
There's no hole there. Okay.
Nope.
The only other thing no. A shotgun blast is going to project like whether it be like oh my god, what is it called? Like bird shot, it spreads BBs, okay? Or a shotgun shell will just blow it all like wide out, completely open, okay? It says above the eyebrow, so therefore it's a smaller caliber to be able to visualize that, in my opinion, okay? That's not a mistake that anybody that has any idea about this will ever make. I'm sorry. If you do, then you need to get the hell out of office or whatever you're doing right now.
Yeah.
Linda, I don't necessarily trust the news. So
no.
I kind of stick with this from the actual police. The news likes to exaggerate things
for ratings.
Right,
In my
right.
opinion.
Oh, right. And that's what I said, Molly. Buckshot, or unless you were just trying to help me with it, buckshot, it's going to look like your whole face is going to have little holes in it, guys. It peppers it, okay? And thank you, all of you, for helping me with that. I just couldn't say the word for that moment. I don't know why. All right, Linda, we love you too, and I hope to see you tomorrow or tonight, hon. I hope your power's back on soon.
Bye, Linda.
That's horrible that she has to go through that.
Pookie, his neck was not broken. I don't know how much you guys went over his injuries this morning.
I just read them from the
Oh, okay.
whatever
So
I
his
had.
brainstem rent or stretch.
Yes.
With the associated parenchymal. So his head was stretched either, I would assume, probably forward. I guess it could have been. No,
Okay.
it'd have to be forward, wouldn't it?
Now, remember something. I want you guys to know this. Remember when we started looking into the Shanquella Robinson case? Okay. How it said that her spine was detached from the base of the skull? That's what that is. Basically what they put in that, okay, how it said it was stretched. That's what that does. That, again, how did Shanquella get that? Not by being hit by a car.
Mm-mm.
She was beat up and flung and grabbed and all that, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Again, back to the thing. If somebody hits you with a car and you're walking, per se, first of all, it's probably going to break your legs or your hips or both. And if it doesn't snap your neck because of the force that it shoves your body, okay, there was no broken neck, folks. There was no broken neck.
No. The brainstem was stretched, but it was not broken.
Right. It would break your neck if you got hit by a car. I'm sorry. Especially at any kind of force. Unless they were going 5 miles an hour and just bumped him. That's dumb. Completely dumb.
Okay, Red, calm down. Will you please look up Cousin Eddie's truck? The dude that Alex hired to shoot him. Red,
yeah.
About
Hold on.
to have a coronary.
1 second.
We got you, Red.
I didn't see it. My apologies. I
It's
mean,
okay.
I saw it. What the?
They put it up there like 3 times. I was like, calm down.
He's got a good point, I'm sure. Oh, I see what he's looking for. I know what he's looking for now. Yes, sir.
Absolutely, Pookie. Yeah, because that's exactly what happened. It's called internal decapitation.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened to Shanquella.
Right, and that's why I brought that up. Was it a truck or was it?
Yep. He said a blue truck. Because we mentioned the blue paint fabric or
Right. I see what you're saying now. That's what I thought he was going at.
Sorry, Kim.
What happened?
Oh, we were talking about the internal and external decapitation, and she's like, yuck.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Kira. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on that at this point because I'm not as familiar with the case as everybody else. Okay.
I do too. Welcome, Kyra. Sorry about all the noise, guys. Welcome,
everybody else thinks that he was killed somewhere else.
I think he was unalive somewhere else and taken there as part of the staging. That's my opinion, though. It's not a fact or purely allegedly. I can't find. Hold on. That's not it. Where's
We're
it at?
holding.
Where's it at? Where's it at?
CSI guys that were on the case, Linda, were guests on the show. Is that the news thing she was talking about?
What about them? The two guys that I had on earlier that were talking about it.
Well, she was saying there was paint fragments found in. Let me see if I can find it again. Hold on. Blue paint found on wound. Ion News this morning and on hair, according to news. She said I was the CSI guys that were guests on that show, I guess, that said that the paint was in the wound and on the hair.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Molly's telling you to check Facebook Messenger. Okay, here you go. Can you pull that down for a second, Mama Bear?
Yep.
I don't. This doesn't match. It wouldn't match because of the. Blow it up. That's a two-tone blue-gray. The front of it doesn't show the front of it. But what is this, a Ford? The front of it's going to be grill and maybe a little bit on the front piece of the hood would be blue. But the grill and the bumper are not going to be blue. They're silver or chrome, whatever you want to call that. And here's the thing, okay? Okay, so he was... Did it say how tall he was by chance, Stephen?
Yeah, somewhere. Let me see real quick.
Because I guarantee you he was shorter than Eddie here, okay? Or Curtis, whatever you want to call him. So if you see him standing by this truck, right? The hood comes up to his sternum maybe. And Steven was definitely shorter than him. So it would have hit Steven up here somewhere, guys. If he was standing or back here, depending on how he was walking. And that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense to me at all. I see what you were going for, but
okay, maybe not. Well, for sure he'd be on this autopsy report, but apparently not.
The point is he was shorter than me, yeah.
Looks like 5'8". You're muted.
Sorry. He wasn't very tall, but he wasn't like tiny either. I'm going to venture to say that this guy's about 6 foot tall, based on how standing in front of that truck.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was probably to here. I'd say probably to here on him. So if his head was right here, if that truck hit him. Again, the blue on this vehicle, like I said, the front hood is only going to show that much of it, unless you went up on the hood, of course. But the rest of it down is grill and bumper, which is all chrome or plastic, silver plastic. You know what I mean? I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I see what Red was going for, though.
Sherry said they found the bat at the kennel.
On the what?
The bat at the kennel.
Bat. Okay.
Baseball bat.
This was the blue truck that they were talking. There's the only blue truck I could find. Pookie.
It was old and beat up, and there's a photo of it in connection to the pics from Murdaugh trial when Eddie was supposed to have shot Alex. Bye.
Wait, say that again. Welcome, Boone. Good to see you, hon. Sherry said what? Murder stage when deceased. Yes, I agree that. Homophobia would make a father hurt his own son, Pookie says. Who wants to bet they find Paul M's S somewhere it shouldn't be? I mean, if you're really straight and not using pretty women as beards. Okay, Pookie. They found the bat at the kennel. Oh. Really? That makes sense.
Hi, Mrs. Boone.
The truck I saw that Uncle Eddie actually drove was old and beat up, and there's a photo of it in connection to the pics from Murdaugh trial when Eddie was supposed to have shot Alex. Okay. I couldn't find that one. I'm sorry. Sherry, Pookie, Miss Boone. It's so great to see you, Boone. We've missed you. And thank you, Heather, again. Once again, folks, I hate doing this, but again, anybody that could consider supporting the channel right now, I have to cover what's going on.
Oh, Heather and Red are trying to connect on Insta, and Heather's like, I sent it. He's like, I don't see it.
Yeah. Got you. We had a bit of a surprise today, and as I said before, my wife's job requires her to carry a type of medical license, and it has expired, needs to be re-registered, and it costs a bit of money. And so anything that anybody can donate would be super helpful, because if she doesn't have that license, she doesn't get to work, folks. So thank you all that have donated. I appreciate you so very much. Moving on. Randy Murdaugh has a dark blue truck. Oh. How do we find these things? That's what I want to know. Is there a way you think to find these? So that's not the right truck then. We're not even looking at the right one. That's the only one I could find him related to him.
Let's see what I can find. I'll be right back.
Yes, and we miss you so very much too, Boone. We really do. Let me see if it comes up this way. Hold on.
Okay, let me see.
Oh. What happened?
Oh, come on, computer, cooperate. I think I found it, but
I'm still looking.
okay. Any of that look?
What's up, Wild Jimbo? It's up to no one to tell someone what they can do. It's their life. I don't tell the people what to do. Controlling another, those people are the mental ones. That's a good point. There we go. That right there.
I don't know. I didn't know if that was it or not.
We were looking for a blue truck that had something to do. Well, first Brad wanted to see Uncle Eddie's blue truck, and then somebody said that Randy Murdaugh has a blue truck too. Or Murdoch, sorry, however you pronounce it. My apologies. Makes me wonder. Any blue trucks in here? God, these guys are all ugly. Sorry, I said that out loud.
So is his name actually Eddie?
Curtis Eddie. Curtis Eddie. Sorry.
It's okay.
And they all look alike too. Another one that, how do you end up with these money? It's all about money. Is it me or is it blurry? It looks pretty clear to me. My camera does its own thing too, so it could be sliding in and out. I looked slightly, and I'm not finding what I swear I saw once. Curtis Eddie's older truck. I couldn't find it either. They call him Cousin Eddie, right? I don't know. I'm going through Randy's Facebook, and I don't see any pictures of any vehicles, so that doesn't mean that he doesn't own it. I wonder. Well, this was or Curtis Uncle Eddie was Alex drug dealer. So he probably did have vehicles per se, but nothing. I don't see anything. You'd think that you would want to get drugs from a more prominent person with the kind of money you had.
Right.
Just saying, you know, I would not be going for drugs from somebody like this. Good Lord. He's the one that shot him, right? Oh man, I don't see nothing. The
It
whole
could have
thing.
been taken down like that other webpage.
What'd you say, hon?
I said maybe it was taken down like that other webpage.
It very well probably was. Sled took a bat from the kennel for testing. It's common knowledge here. Yeah. Well, gee, I wonder. I really wonder. Instagram. Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm.
I don't check that too much, but I'll check. Okay, hold on.
Oh, sure you're gonna have to keep us updated then, so we're in the know.
Yeah, please, because I hadn't seen nor heard that. Another derailment. 70-car train derails in North Dakota. It's a bit Molly's all over this stuff, I swear.
There's another school shooting too.
This is Dago 7. A heads up here.
Yeah, Nashville, 3 children. Oh my God. And the suspect is unalived. This is insane. Heather, did you send? Hold on. I'm trying to get it now. Red, hold on. Is it gonna come through? That's not what I was looking for. I think I found it. Alex Murdaugh admits botched suicide plot. Police interview. Admits to botched suicide plot. Okay. I got it. I think. Is the picture in this article? Is that what you're talking about, Red?
Goodness.
That was a fire engine.
Right? I don't hear those too often. Here where Dago and I are, it's like almost 2:30. Messenger. Yeah, that's too new of a truck, April, but thank you. They're talking like an F, like 250.
It's an older one, though.
Old school. Sherry said Randy Murdoch has a blue truck. Okay. When Paul got in trouble, he called Grandpa first.
I went into Randy's Facebook and was digging, and there's no pictures. I mean, I didn't think. You never know. Sometimes people take pictures of their vehicles. You know what I mean? I didn't see anything in there, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have it.
Yeah, and with them reopening the case, there's probably a lot they've taken down off the.
Still can't find it. $10 million life insurance policy. Okay, where's the picture of the truck though? The point is he's got a blue truck, which could very well. I see what Red was trying to put together. Is if he paid this guy to do this, he could have paid him to do that too. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And this guy seems like he'd have done anything for money. Okay.
Yeah.
I can picture Paul on Alex and stealing the drugs and taking them himself too. I can go with that, Pookie. I can. I can't find the picture in here, Red. I'm sorry. I'm looking. I've looked through all of it and it's not popping up. I'm on my phone though, so that could be the difference. The point is that I see, like I said, Red's point is that it. Oh, okay. So he just. Thank you, Red. Again, you guys know I'm techno-tarded, so. Okay. See, that's. I didn't think that was a truck. I found that picture. I thought that was just an SUV. I see the truck now. That is a beat up old S10, it looks like. Hold on. It's very hard to see, you guys, because it's small and it's on Instagram. So I can't blow it up any bigger. See it? It's got like a gold fender on the front of it.
Yeah, I saw that picture too, but it didn't look blue to me.
That's like a midnight blue. partially, and then it's got the gold fender and so on and so forth. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, I saw that too.
Oh, the fender's been replaced.
There you go.
Okay. That makes perfect sense, Red. I didn't know that. It's okay, Kim. Don't worry about that. See, those are the things that we need to know. So what you're saying, Red, is you think that maybe Steven was hit by a car and that it was done by them, per se.
What if he was like bent over tying his shoe and the truck came along and hit him in the head?
That's very
With that
possible.
corner fender. Because that could cause your head to, that would throw your head back enough to stretch the, either way, forward or back, to stretch the brainstem.
It could.
And it would explain the skull fractures. When the skull fractures. No, I lost my thing.
It very well could. This is why we do this, guys. Exactly.
Let's see. So everything was on the right side. So the cerebral contusion was on the right temporal lobe. Extensive skull fractures. Right forehead laceration. The right shoulder. So if he was bent over doing something and it hit, that would kind of make sense.
And now here's the thing. If that's the case, or if he cowered down, then he'd be facing the truck head on and it hit him in his head. Something could have punctured his forehead and in a circular shape that could have looked like a bullet hole maybe at first.
Yeah.
You know, like a piece of metal or the corner of the truck.
Yeah, I tried to find I thought when they did autopsies, typically there was like drawings of where the injuries and stuff were. And I tried to find that, but I couldn't.
Yeah, there usually is.
That's what I thought.
But, and that is an older model vehicle. It looks like an 80s S10, which is probably still metal, at least to some extent. I would have just figured that they would have seen a lot more blue paint if that was the case, even on the body per se. You know what I mean?
Right.
Pookie says extensive skull fractures. They can't tell if it's vehicle or bat, and it could have came either way. But if it was a bat, let me say this. I'm going to venture to say that if it was a bat, that it should have been in more than one spot. You know,
and wouldn't a bat leave? Well, I guess it depends on if it was metal. Well, even a metal bat, you would still have paint.
Mm-hmm.
If it was wooden, you would have splinters.
Splinters of wood, right? Not if the bumper and the grill took the brunt of the damage. That's correct. If the grill could, here's the thing of it. If the grill cracked or busted, it could have like poked a hole into his forehead. But I mean, his head would have had to been down pretty low for that. And the bumper would have just done like, there would have been no punctures or anything. Extensive skull fractures, yeah. Right, and Red says, yep, all one side, like a glancing blow, just like damage to the truck. Right. That is all very possible. That's a good point too, Sherry.
Wasn't there, I think I saw somewhere, of course, social media, so I don't know how true it is, that they lost some of the evidence, like the fingernail clippings and some other stuff? Or is that just a social media?
I don't even know about that. But here's one more thing. You're right about that, Red. Except those S10s are rounded. But here's the thing. Let's say, for instance, he sees this truck coming and he tries to duck down to get out of the way. And maybe he was crouching to jump or to dive. And he kind of got caught on that side as he was trying to get off the road. And it clipped him that way. You know what I mean? And you said all of the damage looked like it was all on what side?
Right side.
On his body. Okay, so yeah, see? That would make perfect sense. If he was turned almost sideways to the truck and the truck was coming, he was trying to get off the road per se, and maybe he was crouched down to jump into the grassy side of the road or something like that. You know what I'm trying to say? Like crouch down a little bit. It would have caught that whole side of his body like that and probably caused that damage. It very well could have. Right. That's what Red. That's what I'm saying. Now Sherry did have a good point too, where she's saying his shoes were still on and there's no drag marks where he hit and then landed. So that does make sense too, because you'd think, I've seen a lot of accidents where people got hit by cars, sadly, and a lot of times they do get knocked out of their shoes. Not every time, but a lot of times. And there typically are drag marks. I mean, unless he just went airborne and just dropped right from midair straight to the ground. Okay. You made tea already? Yeah. Thank you. At the last second, he tried to avoid it. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. So that very well could make sense. I mean, I'm not on the bandwagon. I still don't think he was hit by a car, but I could see what Red's saying 100%, and I could visualize that actually. Mm-hmm. Which would make sense as to why that one fender took most of the damage if it was to the right side of it. So yeah.
So this would be a question for you. Basilar skull fractures involve all cranial fossa and include the cribriform and orbital plates.
Okay, so that
sell it.
The orbital plates are like where the eye socket is and all that around here. Here, let me show you. Sorry, guys. Like all of this and around here. Which, okay, if it was the right side of the body, and all of this, I'm going to venture to say here and all back in here, your orbital plate, that basic orbital plate. What the hell is wrong with me today? It kind of sits on that, like your socket kind of sits in there. Okay. I know I'm not trying to be gross. It's hard to explain without being gross. It very well. Well, here's what I'm saying though, Sherry. When I was saying about some people, I've seen people get hit by cars and their shoes don't come off. It depends on the position of the body when they're getting hit by the cars. As I said, if he was fully impacted head on by the car, absolutely, I guarantee you the shoes come off, okay? Because they kind of get drug off. But if he was sideways, like me and Red were talking about, maybe semi-parallel with the vehicle, going to the corner of the vehicle, trying to get off the road, crouched down like he's going to jump into the grass or something, that's a whole different situation. Stop trying to call me. So hit him and then set up the scene. Now I don't suspect the creeper. He wasn't lying about him walking if this was the case. Very true. But we don't know that because what she's saying now, read that again with the orbital plating and all that. If you don't mind. I'm sorry.
Okay. I gotta find it again. I lost it. There it is.
I agree. I agree, Sherry.
Where did it go? All right. Page 2, isn't that where I'm at? That's where I'm at.
And that's true too, Pookie, because I still think that this was staged. Here's the thing. He wasn't found off to the side of the road where I think he would have ended up if he'd have done what I just said. He was found more to the middle of the road, right? And he was hit on purpose. If we're talking about this, it wasn't an accident, okay? That doesn't mean that whoever hit him didn't stop and still staged the scene there, okay? Metal bar, Mama Bear, Buster, and Steven were on the same basketball team, okay? That is not the cousin's normal everyday truck he drives, but he used it for the hit. Bet he used it for that also. It's very possible. I'm sorry, you're waiting for me to put that up. My apologies.
That's okay. So where it says evidence of injury, about the middle of the page.
Look at that right now. Where did they go? I just had it. What do I? Here they are, over here on the other side of me. Okay. Sorry, folks. Evidence 7 a 7¼ inch laceration extends across the superior mid to right lateral. Mid to right lateral. So superior is okay. This is right. It looks left to you, but anyway, this way. Involving the right eyebrow, posterior undermining is marked. Bilateral periorbital hematoma are present. Okay, so that would be swelling. A hematoma is like a blood. You're a parent. You should know what that is, right?
Like a bruise.
So superior. So there's a bruise, or usually they're swollen out. A hematoma would be, okay. Which in turn could be to right lateral involving the right eyebrow posterior. Undermining is marked. Undermining is marked. Okay. The pictures for this. Damn it! I want to see the pictures. Bilateral periorbital hematomas. Oh, there's multiple. This is hard to read even with my glasses on, guys. Periorbital. Periorbital. Whoa, where'd it go?
Sorry. I was trying to make it bigger, but I guess not.
That's okay. That's okay. Periorbital hematomas are present. So there's more than one in this region, but reflection of the scalp reveals bilateral frontal, parietal, and occipital and right temporalis scalp and subgaleal hemorrhages. So that's okay. The fracture extends along the lateral right frontal orbital bone. So it's okay, right in here. Right temporal and to the posterior aspect of the occipital bone. So it's this whole area here.
The whole right.
This whole side of the, yeah. I mean, at least from here to here, I'm gonna guess, okay? And this whole half. So again, it would have to be almost what me and Red were saying, that he maybe was crouched trying to jump and got caught, unless he was on the ground already, either tying his shoe, or he had maybe was trying to back up backwards and fell down. Do you know what I'm saying? Like running backwards, if he heard it coming or something, like saw it coming at him, trying to run backwards to get out of the way and like fell back on his butt and then boom, okay? And it says the right shoulder's dislocated, a 6-inch irregular contusion on the anterior right arm. Okay, so like here, I can't even see what I'm doing. Like here, a 12-3-inch aggregate of irregular to angulated abrasion over the dorsal right arm, okay, with contusion noted proximally. Contusions up to 1.5 inch each affect the dorsal right 4-inch and 5-inch fingers. Okay, now see, that gets weird. A 9.5 by 2.5 inch aggregate of irregular abrasions is over the dorsal left forearm and hand, which abrasion could be road rash, okay?
Yeah.
But AP and lateral x-rays of the head show no radiopaque projectiles. So there's no pieces of anything inside the head or into the skull or any, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Evidence transferred. The following items are transferred to the college who attended the autopsy. Oral penile swabs for each. Dried blood spattered on the toilet paper or filter paper and a CD. Wait a minute, back up. Khaki shorts, 2 black sneakers, black Nike t-shirt. Paper bags are from the hands. They put his hands in the bags. Right and left fingernail clippings pulled. And you said they lost this stuff, right?
I think I saw or read somewhere that there was some evidence that was lost, and I thought I read the fingernail clippings, the rape kit.
It's okay.
Something else.
Clip pulled hair, scalp, oral, rectal, and penile swabs, 4 of each. Dried blood spot on the filter paper and a CD with the digital autopsy images. Okay.
Oh, I want that CD.
I do too, in a bad way. No adhesions or abnormal collections of fluid are in any of the body cavities. Okay, that is a problem for me now. There should be internal bleeding.
Right.
If you're hit by a car, there should be, even if you're beat up with a bat, there should be internal bleeding. All body organs are present in normal anatomical positions. That's a problem for me too, because I know for a fact, well, my wife, when she got run over by a car, her organs transversed into different places. It moved them around, guys, and it does happen on other cases. It can dislodge your kidney or your liver and move it, or you know what I'm saying?
Right.
I guess it depends on how you get hit.
Right.
I'm going to go back to this, though. Can you scroll back up a little bit, back to the right there? Okay. The body is warm to touch. Rigor is partially fixed, 3/4 in all extremities and jaw. So he was almost all the way fully into rigor mortis.
Right.
No, it's all right. I know this is opinion, but this is important to me. So
okay, it was right here, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Evidence of injury, 7.25. So 7.25 inch. Can you make it any bigger at all? It shrunk. Wow. Okay.
That worked.
That definitely helped. Bone nourish. Go down a little bit more. Right there. Stop for a minute. Everything. The teeth are in good shape. The lips and gums are intact. The deceased has beard, mustache, stubble. The abdomen is flat. Penis is unremarkable. The well-developed and symmetrical the lower extremities are well-developed and symmetrical without absence of digits. Few stride distance. They are over the anterior shoulders. A 0.6 inch scar is on the medial left knee. Evidence emergency resuscitation and medical is absent. Okay. Evidence of emergency resuscitation and or medical therapy is absent.
So no
If
CPR
somebody
was
went,
done.
if somebody got to the scene before anybody else got to the scene, you'd think they'd try to save this person, right?
You would think.
That should have happened. I'm not saying that's a big deal, but that's something that catches my eye. If anybody shows up on that scene, they're gonna at least try. If they called 911, that's what they tell you to do. Okay, this one here is a 7 1/4 inch laceration extends across the superior mid to right lateral forehead, involving the right eyebrow. So all of this. Where did it go? Damn it. I knew I was going to lose it. Posterior undermining is marked. Okay, so that's all of under here. Bilateral periorbital hematomas are present, and they're saying more than one. So there's multiple hematomas in this region. Okay, I'm going to figure, here's my thing. One impact is going to knock them back, and it's one impact, and it's going to cause one scenario here. And this is all alleged, folks. Again, I'm not saying what I'm saying is God's word, okay? But multiple hematomas could be from being hit multiple times in one spot. Understand that's possible too. Excuse me. Reflection of the scalp reveals bilateral frontal, parietal, and occipital and right temporalis scalp. All of this. And subgaleal hemorrhages. So all of this, guys, the entire right side, they're not talking about here down, but from here all the way over here, all of this, okay? Parenchymal hemorrhages, basilar skull fractures involve all cranial fossae and include the cribriform and orbital plates. So that's all of this whole side of the face, other than down here, like I said. And I'm going to guarantee that, I don't know, because they didn't say anything about it. Sphenoid and Cellatercha, petrous ridges, and occipital bones. Yeah, that's all of that and all of this in here. And over here, actually. So this whole side of the head. And then the right shoulder is dislocated, which could have been from, again, being hit by a car. A 6-inch irregular contusion is on the interior right arm. I'm reading this again, I know, but I'm trying to like read it, like suck it in myself. Is on the anterior, sorry, bad term, but you know what I meant. Is on the anterior right arm. That's anterior. Okay. A 12 to 3-inch aggregate of irregular angulated abrasions is over the dorsal right arm. Again, this could be road rash.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's another theory, folks. He could have still been unalived in a different location and brought there, and that they still could have hit him with a vehicle to make it look like that's actually what happened.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not saying that alleged. This is all speculative shit. Just saying. And I don't know. I have a problem with the whole thing with the radiographs, because you would think being hit by a vehicle in your head, you're going to have pieces of it in your head. There's nothing there, guys. I'm sure that these people aren't going to stop to pull things out of it. Okay. There should be projectiles in the head somewhere, pieces of that vehicle somewhere in there. Okay. There's nothing. No adhesions or abnormal. Yeah, we did that already. The brain weighs 1,400 grams, excluding disruption in some areas of skull fracture. The dura mater and Falx cerebri are intact. The leptomeninges are thin and delicate. The cerebral hemispheres appear symmetrical, excluding the findings described under evidence of injury. Right. The structures at the base of the brain. Here we go. The structures at the base of the brain, including cranial nerves and blood vessels, are intact and free of abnormality. That's weird.
Isn't it?
Okay, the base, we all know where that's at, right here. Okay, if you're hit by a car, that doesn't make sense. No organic lesions within the cortex, subcortical white matter, or deep parenchyma of either hemisphere. The base, the basal ganglia, thalami, and hippocampi are unremarkable. So there's nothing wrong with any of that, which is what unremarkable means. The cerebral ventricles are normal caliber. Sections through the cerebellum are unremarkable. That doesn't make sense. There should be damage through all of that, folks.
Right.
Based on the damage that they're saying happened to the front of the head and the side, like that should all be okay. This is way weird. Pericardial and epicardial surfaces are smooth, glistening, unremarkable. Pericardial sac is free of sickness. This is the heart, by the way. Coronary arteries arise normally. Everything's good with that. The chambers or valves used. Blah 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 blah. I'm speed reading. I'm sorry. The ventricular septum intact. The right between. Of course, everything is good there.
Yep. Everything's good in the neck too.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense at all. With the damage to the head, okay. Wait a minute. Let me see something with the lung. There's nothing wrong with the lungs. Again, being hit by a car, unless it was only in the head, which again, other than what I had said, what are the odds that that situation happened? I'm saying it's possible, but there should, if he was hit by a car that way, you know, in his waist area, stomach, whatever, chest area, truck sit higher, there should be some problems up here, but there's not. So it had to have hit him only here if he got hit by the car, which could have happened if he was sitting down or sat down. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Reticule endothelial system, the spleen waves, blah, 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 blah. Bone marrow, red purple, everything's normal there. The pituitary thyroid, unremarkable. There's nothing wrong with that. Excluding the findings described, once again, the bone framework supporting muscular soft tissues are not unusual. So all of the damage to this body was right there. That's it. Right there. Being hit by a car, there should be damage throughout that whole body, folks. I'm sorry to say, but I'm being honest. There should have been some kind of impact damage. Even Red, not to say what you had said was wrong or what, because I agreed with you, okay? But here's the thing. There should have been impact damage from the body being hit by the car and then hitting the ground too, okay? There isn't. Which in turn leads me to believe that a baseball bat was swung at his head or something like that. Okay, right here, like maybe from the back side, somebody swung and blam. That would do everything that we just talked about.
That would cause the injuries. But would it kill him?
Yeah, you can definitely, yeah, because you got to understand, if you hit somebody with a bat and you crack all this orbitals, why can't I say it today? Orbital bones and stuff. I mean, they can go inward, okay?
Okay.
And just the trauma from being hit in the head will cause brain bleeds. You know what I'm saying? Which will kill you. And it may not have happened if you get hit more than once. The first time, maybe not. Second time, maybe not. But if there was multiple times, yes.
Okay.
So I don't think he was hit by a car at this point now. With all of that other stuff being in good health per se, for lack of better terms, I would have ventured to say that there was impact damage from the rest of the body being hit. And then, I mean, like I said, you're not going to kill somebody by hitting them going 10 miles an hour. You got some speed up, boom, you hit that body. It's going to get launched. There was no drag marks, once again, okay, where the feet would have drug, unless it went completely airborne. That was really moving. But then when the body hits the ground, there's going to be damage from that too. There's going to be road rash on the body. There was nothing listed anywhere else other than those arms. And that was only on the right side. And that could be that when he got hit with the bat that he fell down and, like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's what this looks like to me. I'm sorry. I was all about going with getting hit by the vehicle until I just saw the rest of that.
Sorry.
I'm serious. I'm serious because, like I said, the rest of the body should have other injuries on it, guys. I mean, does it make sense or not to you?
It does to me. That's why I was.
I mean, I'm
asking
willing to
the
look
questions and stuff because I was like, this just doesn't.
Yeah, I'm willing to look at other options with this, but at this point now,
yeah.
What's the matter? What's going on?
I can't see anything. What? Who?
Heather is crazy. What? Wait, what's Heather and Transporter? What's going on? He said Heather is crazy. They're kids, for Christ's sake.
I don't know.
Oh, mailbox. Yeah, that could do it too. They would have known if he was by a bat. I mean, not necessarily, Red. Or something else, a pipe or something is what I'm saying. It could have been something like that. I'm Super. What's up, Super?
Hey, Super.
Wait, what? They kicked, or it could have been, yeah, it could have been, somebody hit him hard and knocked him down, and then, which is where the abrasions could have came from as they're kicking him. That's kind of makes more sense there, Pookie.
Hey, Strike.
He meant kids, talking about the net. Oh, yeah. Okay, I was like, what the hell? Sorry, guys, I just didn't see it all. Anyway, yeah, it is. That's a very sad thing too.
Yeah, I don't even want to get into that.
No, not yet. I don't want to touch it at all, but
right,
it is what it is.
Okay. You done with the autopsy report?
Yeah, we can take that down. I mean, at this point, folks, I don't see damage anywhere else on the body other than the head region. So, and like I said, it says here, okay, and then like here. Wait, or is it like maybe here? Sorry, I'm trying to twist and turn all over the place. Maybe here, and then up in this region. But again, if you're on the ground, like in gravel or on concrete, and you're being kicked and moved around, you can get all scratched up, okay?
Yep.
Being hit by a car, though, you're going to go up, come down, and that's road rash all over your back or your stomach and your face or your arms, whichever way you land. You're still going to have a lot more damage than you have. And there's probably going to be a lot more damage to the back part of the spine area, the head and all that, guys. This doesn't make sense.
All right.
Sorry, Mom.
It's okay.
To make you go through all that, but I really wanted to read that. Thank you for pulling that up.
Yeah, no problem.
And then that gives you guys yourselves an idea of what this looks like, okay? I mean, it's gross, but Red says, I'm going out on a limb and say Alex hit man's vehicle being damaged all on one side and his body being damaged on one side is not a coincidence. Same truck used to both parents. I mean, I'm not going to deny. You know how we do it in here, Red. It's anything is possible, and everything's on the table right now at this point until we get more evidence. I'm just going based on my medical experience, what I would expect to see, and that's all it is. Is that what I would expect to see. Every situation is going to be different too, guys. So don't take what I'm saying as God's word. Like I said, it could be, it could have just been at the right exact second for the right exact angle, and that's what happened with the vehicle. Okay, but I feel I have a very strong feeling about some type of a blunt object, a bat, a bar, a pipe, something like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thank you, Miss Brandy. Red said,
Molly wants me to share this thing.
What's that?
Molly wants me to share this thing with everybody.
Don't think she sent me.
It's a post from that Mark Bickard, whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Thank you, Brandy. I appreciate you, hon. Again, anybody that would like to be able to support the channel, please feel free at this point because we're in a position. So I thank you so very much. Go ahead. You're going to have to blow that one up.
All right. I'll make it my full screen again. I can't see what's going on. So you'll have to.
All right.
Tell me if you need me to scroll it down or whatever.
All right. Go to Stephen Nichols. Wait. Go down or back. Bring it down. Okay. This is from March 8th of 2016. To Stephen Nichols, Mess twin sister and the Mess sister. What the Mass husband. I don't know what these words are supposed to mean, folks. What the Mass husband, that's the North for the Hampton police, are the Hampton sheriff. I would watch your backs. You unalived your own brother. You unalived the gun ooze person in the whole world that nurtured everybody and cared about everybody, no matter what background, ethnic background, religion, creed, or anything, because needed money to run your little drug deal. Take me, I'm back and forth for your metal body. To have a cookhouse, I got the evidence to put yours away. I got everything and play. I know everything that you girls tire or did. I'm not saying that what happened. Proof that you were there. Proof that you tampered with the body. Proof that you stole his wallet for the money. And proof that you took money. Roof evidence that you also took money and wanted him to come to a sugar daddy. And he told you now the cops are Bolivia and belligerent. Not to look at my evidence, but one day you girls will get court and your little husband is going to get caught. If not, my boys are going to take care and have a ethnic background killing throughout the Smith family. So throughout the Smith family. So my feeling to Stephen's sisters, Ben's sisters, Boy Toy, and Stephen's twin sisters, girlfriend, any other sister that's an addict and a drunk and I'm not saying that word, and a bitch and a whore with her drug buddies that are the mothers bringing a baby, bring it eyeball, burn you bitches, and how you ain't got shit that Stephen had. And he weighed doing better than the whole effing family. You just don't even know what the F you're going. Nani could even go to college. Then you unalived your effing father, but I believe putting math in something he had, which raced his heart. Meth, I'm going to guess. and something he had which raced his heart. You're a bunch of Confederate racist bigots, and it killed your own brother because you need money to run your drop team. I just Forest Tire. Oh my God. I just Forest Tire or the little effing CUNT that free walled south for everybody. So now you got no little brother, and I would watch your back because everybody knows that the other sister's husband is a narc, and Steven and even Joel Snack told me that they had that talk, CUNTBITCH. Arrested it. Your days are numbered. I know for a fact your days are numbered. The cops now they're numbered. There's a lot of numbering going on. And I'm telling you, real plain white. What the hell? I'm telling you, real plain white. They're numbered. You're cold-blooded, heartless calories. That killed your own brother. What a POS that don't effing you're nothing but a conch, wires, con artist. Got that one. Stevens even said, I love my little sister with all my heart and soul, but the one thing that I can't stand about her, and I just cannot be around her at times, she cannot help herself with habitually yang. She's honest, unworthy, and I'm not trustful with anything. I cannot trust her with anything at all, but I love her to death. I wish you would get help, you effing unalived your own brother, you bitch. What your conch of your other sister that wrecked Steven's car by running what drugs in it, because I even know he told me that, and not husband effed the car up the rest of the way. I know everything about used test Gosney as the Smith family. You make every person in the world vomit. Adventure late the cops I'm bringing to have the evidence, and your time. You're going to be arrested. And I am being patient with that because every time I want to go out and take care of this stuff with Tess, I hear in the back of my head, baby, why Dippy? Let the cops handle it. Let the cops handle it. It ain't worth it. He never wanted me upset. He loved me. He cared about me. And I'm going to tell you what. There ain't nothing in the world that's going to happen to me until I see you paid for what you did to your brother. And anyone that was involved in this,
You want me to You want me to finish it?
I know everybody that was involved. Hold on. I would know everybody that was involved in his deck. Yeah, go ahead, because my face hurts now. We're trying to form these words. Go ahead. Good luck.
I don't know if I can do it without laughing, but all right. I think I lost where you were at, but involved in this, I know who you are. I know everybody that was involved in his deck. I know what happened, when it happened, and where it happened. I pray for years, and I pray that the cops grow some parts and come and talk to me on a timely fashion before I could hold my and then a family back, because I'm having a hard time holding the Jersey boys back because they are my family. When I can't and they come in the Hampton, there's going to be ethnic cleansing throughout the town until they get anybody that your friends are going to effing be. What if my family comes and now that bickered family, the Jersey boys, Gigi's crying, the Mexican mafia, the Italian mafia, you people, as the Smith family unalived the one thing that a lot of people loved. And that was the angel he had the eyes of the OSU. No Blue was little boy diva. He's looking down and he loves the ones that cared about him. As far as his family, he was you, but I know deep in my heart, he hopes that you get help. And I pray to God you get help, because you're one sick person's, and the man that killed him, you ain't nothing but a piece of crap that ain't worth it, because you're just jealous that he doing better than the rest of doing better than the rest of the stuff in that town. That's why you can't doing better than the rest. Oh my gosh. DS, and you are jealous and you needed this money. And when he was leaving, used that night and never coming back. Yes, had to take care of things. But what you forgot about was his boyfriend, not his sugar daddy, is what you call me, because I'm one mean person, and I'm one person that's going to make sure that the cops even handle this, or you don't want me to handle it, because my way of handling it is I'm going to catch is Ernie, is what battery acid and cut finger by finger, toe by, I assume toe, as I'm throwing acid and battery acid and saw Tanya Loans, what? And is going to go down like that. Sis is Anna. Tell your body just can't take anymore. I'm going to start. Got me is alive. Best to turn yourself into the cops, because the GG brought the GGs that the mafia doubt. Mark got lessen heart less than I am, because they know who he was with. And I know who his boyfriend was, and they will back me any day, anytime, any place. By the way, your little neck deal, do you know who Coco Grandma is in? Oh, she don't like math. I don't really care and talk to them. Mexican Mafia, you people going to have a problem, and that may be my next game. I want the Mexican Mafia take care of it rather than get my hands dirty. Did you say Eving worth it? Have a good day, ladies of the Smith family. LOL, days are numbered and they're counting Wachovia backs at the Exxon station. Watch over your backs at Rent-A-Center. Haha. Okay. Molly, the next time you share something like that, you have to read it. Are you muted?
Sorry, I said, are you okay?
Fine.
Because my head hurts now from trying to read. Like, what the hell was that?
I just don't know what I read. That's all. Like,
I was
what?
even trying to figure out the words that he might be trying to say, and it didn't make
Right.
sense. So,
Yeah, same here. All right, he's talking about the Smiths, which is cousin Eddie.
they only want. Oh. There you go, Red.
Hmm?
Yeah, but I thought he was talking about the Smith as in his own family. It was talking about his sisters. Are they related to him? I mean, were those two related?
Kim, that was Mark Bickard. That was Steven's boyfriend.
I'll be right back, guys. Excuse me for one moment, Mama Bear.
Okay.
You can carry on with what you're doing, but
That's why I sent it in
I
Discord.
think I need to go. I need to go flush my head down the toilet once or twice and come back, start over again. Something's wrong with this, but I'll be right back, folks.
I agree, Strike. There was a lot of cursing in there. Brandy, that really sounds like you when you're mad. I can.
All right.
Hi. I don't know what that was about. You just said I was still connected.
I did, Strike. Don't worry. So, I'll be honest with you guys. I feel like I just failed the third grade. Okay, I'm completely and totally mind screwed right now. Excuse the languaging, but I think I kind of understood what he was trying to say a little bit. He was obviously going off on either it was like Red said, or it was the other, or his own family. So,
well, I mean, he has a twin sister, so I mean.
And he was talking about. He said twin sister in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was he maybe talking about his family and the other part? I mean, I haven't heard anything about his family having anything to do with anything. That's the first time I've ever seen or heard that. So why would he even bring that out? Like, is there some kind of family history that nobody knows about?
Could be.
Yeah, that's who we were saying.
Yeah.
Stephen is the twin. Where are you going, Molly? Where are you going? After what you just put us through, you ain't allowed to go nowhere.
You're grounded, Missy.
Yeah, you better sit real tight. Or either not. Listen, if next time, just get a translator. That's all.
Yeah.
Good Lord, that was hard. I seriously, like, my mouth and my jaw was hurting because I was trying to say things at the. That was crazy. Anyway, I appreciate it, Molly. Though, where did she find that? Where did you find that, by the way, Molly?
Facebook.
That was on his Facebook page?
I'm not sure it was his, but I know she found it on Facebook.
It's pretty weird that Alex's brother had her on speed dial. You're talking about the twin? Which, that is weird, if that's the case.
Alex's brother. Is that Randy? Is that his brother's name?
Yeah. That is why I sent it different to Discord. Oh, the mom. Oh, no. Okay. I mean, maybe they were messing around, Red. Enter email. Okay. Yeah, remind me, Mama Bear, before I end this, to pull an email that Molly sent me so everybody can see it before. Because after this today, we're going to have to pull it up. So don't growl at me. He called the mom before the police, right? I don't know, guys. We got some digging to do on some things, I think. At least I do. I'm going to be.
I'm gonna have to let my brain settle for a little bit first.
Yeah, that literally physically hurt my head. I could feel my brain felt like somebody was squeezing it like a sponge.
Yeah, my brain was already bobbled because of the Rasheen Carter case, and then to add that on top of it, it's like, what?
Did you go through that whole case yourself already?
No, well, I'm putting it on slides, so
I know you said it upset you, so.
yeah, it's horrible.
Well, hence the reason why it needs to be out there. Again, quit growling at me, Molly. What the hell? Don't get capital letters now. Growling louder now.
He was also instantly showed up on the scene of the double.
Wait, what? He was also instantly showed up on. I know what you mean by that one, Red. On scene like they do in a Hollywood films. Right. Well, and here's the thing. That's what we were talking about in the beginning of the stream. What attorney shows up to an accident scene like that? That's, first of all, like they were saying, that's not legal.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that unless requested. Okay.
And who does a R kit on a motor vehicle accident?
Yeah, that's the other. I've never seen that, guys. In all the accidents I've ever been on, I've never seen that done. Unless
who, Kim? Got a lot of names out there.
Ooh, she's like, what are you talking about? Randy Murdaugh showed up at the mom's house the next day wanting to represent her. Right. Why? And how? So not only was there an attorney from what we had heard earlier that showed up at the scene, or two, and then Randy goes, who's part of the whole Murdaugh firm, okay, goes the next day to the mother's to represent the mother. Why? What does the mother need represented for anyway?
Right.
Alex's brother and the hitman Smith. Right. Nah, I knew what you were saying, Red. You can recreate it on a computer like they do in Hollywood films. Yeah, I'm seriously, like, I feel like I'm mind effed right now.
Yeah.
That really burnt me out, guys, trying to read that. What case are you talking? Oh, Kim was asking what case you were talking about, Mama Bear.
Oh, Rasheen Carter in Mississippi. That's probably late this week.
It's coming this week. It's a bad one, guys.
It's gonna have trigger warnings all over it.
The whole thing
Yeah.
is going to be a trigger warning. Honestly, It's not. I looked into it a little bit. It's not. Not anything I want to talk about to be put out there. So
yeah, but
caught her before the police even showed up. I tried to find. Listen, that's the other thing, Sherry. I tried to go back. If you know where it's at, let me know, because I went looking for the original interview back from 2015. I can't find it. I don't know if I just wasn't looking in the right place, which is weird for me because I can usually find everything. I could not find the original interview. It was kind of off. No, they did not find wood splinters, which is something we were looking for.
Right.
And there was no. That's the other thing too, and understand that there was no paint found or projectiles found in the skull area at all.
Mm-hmm.
So that could have come from either a vehicle hitting or a bat or anything hitting, unless it was a clean pipe or a bar of some sort, something like that. Something that could have caused blunt force trauma. Anything could have been swung or hit or anything. That is a point that Red, seeing that fender had been replaced, is kind of bothering. I'll be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
And being that
Mary did say they found a bat at the kennel.
At the kennel, right? Right. So, and this is such a struggle within my mind. It can go both ways.
Yeah.
You can buy a plain aluminum bat. Yeah, it's true too. What kind of a bat was it that was found at the kennel? Did they show pictures of that? And Red's right with that too. That truck is only used on hit the stuff that he did. You know, the bad things he did. What are you looking at? You got something out your window?
Oh, I heard something weird.
Oh. So yeah, guys. I mean, either way we go with this, it can go. It could be both. It really could. And you guys know that Red is going to be the one that's going to do the opposition and make us look at that side of it too. And that's why he's here. That's why he does what he does.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see both sides of what it could be. You know what I mean? I haven't seen any evidence pics and it's gagged. Is there a gag order on this?
Not that I've heard.
I haven't heard it. That's why I didn't know. And that's why I don't understand why there's no autopsy pictures or drawings, at least. They usually have those with everything we've looked at, and they're not there. There's no kind of pictures at all.
Not that I found so far.
I even looked it up. I don't see anything. If a fender was replaced, it was, Pookie. That picture we saw, it was a very tiny little picture I showed you guys, was an S10 pickup, and the front right fender was gold. The rest of the truck was blue. That made me automatically think, okay, I'm just trying to figure out how that it happened that way and it didn't cause the other damage that should have been caused, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Unless, like I said, this was done on purpose, okay? If they set this person up to do this, paid this person to do whatever it is, I still feel like maybe he was unalived somewhere else and then brought there and was still hit by the vehicle to make it look like what it was for the whole staging situation. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's my opinion on this. I'm having a hard time with and I agreed with you mostly, Red, but I'm having a hard time envisioning this vehicle hitting him and causing that damage without causing other damage. Okay, that's where I'm having my biggest issue at, and that's only based on my knowledge for these types of things and what I've seen in the past. So I don't know. I don't know. This is like a mind lock, guys. It really is, and we're just now getting into this. I want to see other things. I want to see pictures to be sure of what I'm reading.
Hold on a second.
Okie doke. By the way, thank you guys for all being here with us. I knew this was going to be a longer stream, and as long as you're okay with it, I'm okay with it.
Throw up a trigger warning.
Uh-oh. Okay. Please. We'll do right there's one. Obviously, we're about to visualize some sensitive topics or talk about some, so please feel free to step away if you are uncomfortable, everyone. And take that down so we can see. And oh, okay. Is it blurred? Yeah. Okay, that's blood. There's no damage to the legs whatsoever. None. Or the this is so hard to see. I can kind of see something here. Okay.
Oh.
Smith's body looked like it had been dropped in the road, according to officials. Right. There's no drag marks. There's no damage here. None. But this, you can't see my icon, I'm sure. Like I said, all of this up here around the head, that looks like it may well have been like impacted right there, and it blew the blood out right there. Okay, or it was already bleeding, and he could have been dropped there and bled out onto the road. Okay, that is very big possibility, guys. Where did you find these?
I just typed in, what did I type in? Stephen Smith autopsy pics, I think. And this popped up and I was like, oh, that's new.
And listen, okay, now I have an issue with this. Is a problem to me now. If he was hit by a car, these shoes aren't even tied. They're just slip on. He should have been knocked out of his shoes then. Almost every scene, Sherry was right. I think it was Sherry that said it. Anybody that gets hit by a car typically comes out of their shoes, guys, almost every time, depending on the position they're hit in and how hard they're hit in and so on and so forth. But he should have been knocked out of his shoes unless they were put back on him. There's no, look right here. There's no damage to his legs or his ankles or anything, guys.
No.
Okay, go ahead. And it's just the road. Is this square here in the middle, the area?
Yeah.
Okay. So he was in the middle of the road. Okay, so based on what I was saying, go back one more to that last one, Mama Bear. Okay, if this car was coming from the direction of those two vehicles towards him, and he was standing in the middle of the road, saw the car and tried to run to jump off the side of the road there and duck down to dive or whatever you want to call it, that's what I'm saying is that I can understand with that. But now in the middle of the road, no, that doesn't make too much sense to me. And if you look around, there's nothing else around here. There's no skid marks. There's no, I'm sure they cleaned the road up if there was any damage, but you don't see, they didn't talk about any damage or pieces of the vehicle that were left behind, right? It almost does seem like he was just set down there and somebody walked away. Go ahead, Mama Bear. I'm sorry.
It's okay. My daughter was talking to me.
Alrighty.
Oh, such a cute kid. Ew.
And then you have that.
Yeah. Yeah.
These people are so ugly.
You saw that.
Head, feet, the box.
Feet. Someone being struck by a vehicle.
Okay, then this is what my problem is. He was found in the middle of the road. If he was hit by a car, it was done purposely because there's no skid marks. They would have at least tried to stop, okay? And he's in the middle of the road, so it's not like they didn't have time to see him, whoever it was, coming across the road or walking down the road. It was daytime. It wasn't nighttime. Okay. How did he get all the trauma to his face and nothing to his lower body?
Right.
That is what makes zero sense. There's no neck, anything more than what there should be a lot more on the neck, and there should be body trauma from the feet to the head. There's nothing other than some scratches on abrasions, okay, on his arm, his right arm. That's it. Something's wrong with that.
I think, to me, being whacked with the baseball bat or
something.
an object, let me just put it that way, with an object makes sense because that would, cause the brainstem stretching, especially if you hit this way and,
Yep. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think the whole getting hit by a truck's that me and Red were talking about, squatting down, doing this, that's a long shot. Okay. It can happen, but it's a long shot. And I think that, like, again, the way he was laying there, I think his body would have been more twisted if he got hit by a car. It looks like he was just laying there.
Yeah.
Or twisted around with a leg backwards or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if you turn, like you just did, if you lean back and you turn to one side or the other, Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense.
Mm-mm.
I don't know, guys. I really got to lean more towards getting either beat up or being hit with something that, an object that can cause blunt force trauma. This is my opinion. Sorry.
Your pigeon?
My opinion. Yeah, it's my opinion. And again, like I said, this isn't the word. I'm just saying it's how I feel from what I'm looking at, what I'm seeing. We just read over, the medical results on there. There should be a whole lot more stuff wrong with him. There really should, in my opinion. I venture to say, other than just having your that's stretched, it should have been broke or fractured or completely twisted.
Mm-hmm.
There should be a lot more rear head trauma, mind you. Really bad, in my opinion. Not just from being hit, but from the force of, if he got hit by a car, hitting his head on that ground should have caused serious rear trauma to the head. There wasn't any.
Right.
There was no trauma to his legs or his lower body. He had some abrasions on his right arm, but that's it. That does not say that he got hit by a car to me.
Mm-mm.
Not even remotely. So I don't know. You guys, are going to make your own. I'd love to hear what you guys think about it, to be honest with you, because we know what Red thinks.
Mm-hmm.
Several single layer metal. Okay, here's the thing, Red.
Hey, PPR.
What's up, Dustin? Let me ask you a question, Red. Let me give you a scenario real quick, and you tell me what you think. Maybe they did use Curtis or Cousin Eddie or whatever, his vehicle. Maybe they used somebody else that has a blue vehicle. Maybe the paint chips that they found, because when people have trucks, okay, they have a tendency to use the beds of them to move things, gravel, dirt, sand, furniture, whatever. The bed gets all beat up and the bed gets chipped up, weathered. Okay, so just bear with me here. If they did something to him somewhere else and threw him in the back of a truck and took him out on this road and dumped him out in the road, because it's a country road that is very quiet out there, okay? There's a real possibility that he had paint chips from the back of that vehicle all in his shirt and his shoes, because he's laying in the back of the bed of the truck, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Think of it like that, because that's a very big possibility.
Yeah.
Alec had an SUV. We showed pictures of it earlier. Or Alex. Yeah, it was like what the hell are those? Like a Honda, the hatchback SUV thing. He could have been hit with something and fell against that. It's not old, but I think because hit him and then tossed him in the truck. Well, they hit him somewhere else, you're saying? Threw him in the truck and then took him out there? Hit him in the truck and then moved him there. Yeah. Red's not going to let it go. He was hit by the damn car, period. Deal with it, Dago. But yeah, I mean, it could have been what you're saying, or it could have been. I'm just struggling with the whole being hit by a car thing now at this point. It's bad. So I think he was hit, beat up, bad, and thrown in the back of a truck or something blue, and that's where those paint flicks came from that were on his clothes. And then he was laid out in the middle of the road. They staged the scene and moved on with their business. And then whoever called who was it? The tow truck driver said he drove by and saw him land there. Right.
Yep.
He called 911, but he never stopped. He kept going. He called 911. And they obviously knew, or maybe they had a scanner and they were listening for the call to go out on the scanner, which is not hard to do. And they show up at the scene doing what they're doing and making the calls and all this other shit. And here we are now. That's kind of my take on it. I'm glad you see what I was talking about now. As far as what, Sherry? We're definitely going to be putting some time in on this one. We won't know unless they disclose the... Hold on. And that's what I'm praying for, Pookie. I really am. We won't know unless they disclose the new autopsy report. He'd have to been walking on his hands to have those types of injuries on his upper body. He didn't have anything on his upper body. The only place that had injuries on it were his head and his right arm and shoulder. That's it. And the right arm and shoulder, well, the shoulder was dislocated, which anything can cause that.
Yeah.
Either being hit by a car or kicked, stomped on.
If they dropped him out of a bed of a truck at a decent height on that side, they could do it.
Yep. It doesn't even have to be a decent height. He's a small frame kid. It could have been 3 feet. Boom. And by the looks of the way he was laying, he was kind of laying on his right side, wasn't he?
He was on his back, but his hips and stuff were twisted.
Rotated,
yeah.
Like he was bracing himself upon impact of a vehicle. I love you, Red. Everything we say, he goes right back to it. You see that?
Uh-huh.
This is what he's good for. It's possible. I'm not saying that you're wrong by any means. I never do that. You know that. I just, at this point, I can't give. There's got to be more damages to his body. I really, really want to see autopsy pictures.
Yeah, and I don't.
I can agree with that part of it, okay? But I still would think there would have to be other injuries on his body.
Mm-hmm. And I don't. This has been how many years? 8 years.
8 years.
So doing another autopsy, how's that gonna?
Well, the skin and the tissue are gonna be gone. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heather. Excuse me. The skin and tissue are gonna be gone. It's gonna be basically skeletal now. And they'll be able to look at the skeletal remains and do that. I mean, there may be some tissue still, depending on how he was buried. Thank God.
Right.
Thank God that he was buried, because he could have been cremated. And yeah, give me 1 second if you wouldn't mind, Mama Bear.
Okay. And that's true. I mean, my daughter was hit by a car on her bike, and they were at a complete stop. She went across the crosswalk, and they decided they didn't see her. She was right in the blind spot of I don't know what you call it. It's like between the windshield and the door, that part of the frame of the car. She must have been right in that blind spot, and she hit the gas to go, and she ran over her. And there was a lot of damage to, not as far as like abrasions or cuts or anything like that, but the tissue damage and the nerve damage she had was bad. And it, so it was very low impact, and it did a lot of damage. So. Yeah, and Pookie, from what I have read, my understanding is they did the R kit, but they never ran the results. And I think I read, I'm not sure about the R kit, whether the samples, whether they disappeared or not, but I do not think they ran the samples. And I'm almost like 99, 98% sure that the fingernail clippings disappeared, but I'm not sure what other evidence it was. I'll have to look back into that. Yeah. I mean, I see your point, but I would still think there would be, I don't know. This is a hard one. Yeah, Pookie freaked me out. She's just now, and it's been a year in April, or 2 years in April, a year in April. And she's just now to where the soft tissue is healing and the nerve damage is better. Oh, wow. I'm sorry, Red. Oh. Well, I didn't know people still did that. The baseball bat and mailboxes. I was always afraid to hit one with like a concrete post or something, and the baseball bat would come flying back and hit me in the face. I wanted to be a mortician when I was a teenager. Weird. I wonder why. PPR. I don't know why. I'm sorry. Hi.
Hi.
I'm running around looking for trouble. The
shoes. So I think that's pretty much all we're going to be able to cover on it for today. We've been going for
it says 4.5 hours.
Yeah, we've been going for a while, guys. I'm sure she's tired and you guys are done with me. So we will be here tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to do the true story behind the Green River Killer. I hope to see you guys here for that one. If you haven't seen a movie or the movie, check it out if you can. If not, then I'll just tell you the story regardless. I appreciate you guys all being here today for this. This was a good stream. We got quite a bit of info out. Oh my God. Hold on a minute.
Okay. Sherry Stephen was forced from his car. Hold on. Those 3 boys. So 3 boys meaning Stephen, Buster. And who's the 3rd one?
All of that for a butt dial.
Oh, geez.
Thank you, Heather. Again, guys, anybody that would want to please consider to support the channel, it's very, very, very much appreciated at this point. Via PayPal, Cash App, and or Venmo. I appreciate you so very much. For those of you that have, thank you from the bottom of my heart and my wife's. I pray to God that we can get it together to get it done. That's all. And I thank you so much. That's okay, Pookie. You don't have to come see us. It's all right. I know you don't care. It's fine. I get it. whatever. Anyway, he was thrown there, thrown out of the back of a truck from the. Would you stop, Clacker?
Quit yelling at Oscar.
My house is so ridiculously loud. I swear to God. There's always something going on. Hack, hack, hack. The clock's going off. This, that. Caden's talking to me. Anyway, just kidding. So, for those of you that are available, it would be great to see you guys tonight for this one. Hold on, folks. Okay. I need to go find out if Alex's hitman cousin Eddie was related to Steven. If that come out to be a fact, guys, can you imagine? I mean, it is very possible they all lived in the same area.
Yep.
Anyway. So, Red, thank you for your opposition today. I appreciate you for that. As always, everybody else, Sherry, all you guys, I appreciate the info. Pookie, 100%. Yeah, that's fine. Dustin, I will do my very best to be there. I may be out trying to sell myself on the corner here pretty soon if things don't change, but if I'm done doing that, then hey, I'll be there for you, brother. You know that. They are both.
Throw him 10 or 20 bucks and come up on the panel.
What'd you say?
I told Dustin to pay you like 10, 20 bucks to come up on the panel.
You don't have to pay me for that. Hit with a baseball bat, then essay, then kick. Were there results that came back from the essay kit?
Oh, that's what we were talking about. I'm pretty sure that I read that they did the test, but they collected the sample, but did not do the test.
Why?
There are a lot of those kits, even for women, that they get the samples, but they don't ever run the tests.
Do they still have? I wonder if they still have the samples in evidence.
That's the one I couldn't remember if they lost or not.
Something
I know
wrong.
the fingernail clippings, that for sure.
So it's almost maybe like they took the samples and halted the test because they were told to stop and not do it.
Maybe.
Or they did the test and the results have disappeared and they were never talked about.
I'll have to look it up again to tell you for sure, because I don't want to say it and be wrong.
There is some kind of a push from somebody, guys. I'm telling you right now. The fact that the interview I showed you guys where the gentleman with the bald head said that they were en route, they were going to go to stopped and told not to, and they never have had that happen before. That speaks volumes in itself, okay? So
yeah,
we need to look into these things, to say the very least.
This is a reminder.
What?
Shelley.
Oh my God, Dustin. Anyway, trigger warning, folks.
Right?
No, you're saying it right. And so, anyway, at that point, we need to dig. I want to find some other things out about some other people. I want to look. What? A man was attacking me and grabbed my arm and jerked me so hard he dislocated my shoulder. I used the other arm and hip to move a dresser in front of a door and jumped out of the window. Okay. So be it.
So I'm just saying, a dislocated shoulder is easy to do.
You guys are a mess. I swear to God, all of you. I love you to death too. That's the sad part. Anyway, thank you guys so very much for being here and supporting this today. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody's info, input, all of it, guys. You guys are amazing people. Moderators, always. I love each every one of you guys for everything you do. I appreciate you all so very much. Mama Bear, thank you for joining me when you did. I appreciate you so very much as well. If anybody has here, this is a perfect example and reason, guys. If you got anything to say, leave it in the comment section, please. Email. That's right, guys. I gotta do this real quick before I'm gonna get the drive and drop other stuff. So.
Oh yeah. What was it with the
You're
email?
supposed to remind me, Mom. Yeah, I'm supposed to play it for. It's the one that Molly sent. I said I played at the end, and I almost didn't. And it would have been your fault if she'd have jumped in her car, drove here, and drop kicked me in the face. Oh wait, she sent me other pictures too. What are these, Molly? Was she telling me to look at my email before this?
I didn't see it. If she was.
This is kind of the same. Okay, look, real quick before we go anywhere now. Trigger warning, folks. Okay. Again, look at the way the body's laying here, guys. If this would have been hit by a car, no. That's too. There would have been, and look at the clothing. There's nothing here. There's no blood. There's no markings. There's no tears. No nothing, guys. I'm sorry, Molly. I didn't see you on. She said, yes, I have a few times, as she always does. And then she growls at me and yells at me. And anyway, I caught it this time. There's a little bit of blood over here. But look, and I think that could have just been from being tossed onto the ground. And then he laid there, and whatever wound he had bled out all over the road. That's my opinion, guys. I'll be honest with you. Thank you, Molly, so very much for that. Okay, that's another angle and picture. Good Lord, Oscar, go get some water. Go. Jesus. No. Excuse you? Talk to me? No. Talk to me like that. Yeah, there's no damage, no injuries. There's no injuries. They're saying this in these pictures. He really didn't have any kind of injuries. That's not splatter, Heather. That's just the if that's what you're talking about, that's just the camera photo. It's a
computer screen.
Yes, thank you. Good God. There's nothing. Nothing. There's no other injuries on him whatsoever other than right here.
Yep.
And that's what that's from. There's nothing. Nothing. And you can't even see. Okay. You can't see the abrasions on the arm there. So I'm going to venture to say his shoulder's dislocated. The extended arm is the dislocated arm, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the abrasions there must be on the backside of his shoulder because you don't see him here. Okay. There would be a whole lot more of damage to this body if he was hit by a car, folks. Is that what you're looking at, Heather? Yeah, that's the computer image. That's not splatter, hon, if that's what you're talking about. It's like a graphic image, like what the hell is that called? Like lighting or something?
Picture of the computer, the picture on the computer screen, so it shows the pixelations. And
right. Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm trying to see, and then there's the shirt. There's no tears, no rips. Whatever there was, there's no actual paint other than the little flicks of whatever was in there. And wait a minute. There's his pants. And there's just this little bit of blood right here. That's not from being hit by a car. That's from dripping from his head in my opinion,
Mhm.
after he got hit with whatever he got hit with. That's what I think those two little drops are from. Previous image. This one, that one, that one. That's what she was talking about. Okay, yeah, that's just the pixelization, Heather.
It was the previous one to that one.
There's no that one, that one. Yeah, we were just talking. All it's here is the blood that ran out. It's running. It looks like it's pooling. It doesn't look like it's like sprayed or anything.
And they're a little bit different angle than what we showed a while ago. Heather said, no.
No. Okay, so well, there's more. Here's the abrasion. Okay. Don't listen. I've seen this, folks. That right there should be raw. If he was hit by a car and like drug onto the concrete, that should be raw. That's just like scraped. It's mostly dirt, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. There it is again. That's all pulling. Sorry. It really does look like he was just laid down there. All right, Heather, hold on. Again, guys, look. That should be way, way, way worse than that is. Toe kicks. There's no damage on the feet. The ankles are intact. There's no breakage from the force of the car. There's no scraping on his ankles, his legs, anything, guys. That was the first image I showed, wasn't it? Is that the one you're talking about, Heather? Thank you for these, Molly, by the way. Blood doesn't flow like that unless the heart is pumping. Does it, Dago? It should stop unless there's an open wound, and then it will flow out.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what happens. If there's no blood pressure, it won't spray. Okay? It won't spray or like projectile out of any kind of a wound. If there's an open wound, though, it will drain and flow and pool is what it's called, pooling. Splatter on left, flow on right from our point of view. Right here, you mean, Heather? Because I think that is just all of this right here is pooling, all of it. The road probably goes like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yeah, because they do that for the water runoff.
Believe me, I won't, Molly. I swear to God, I promise I'll play your video. Just don't get upset with me. Yeah, this is all pulling right here, Heather, I think. And again, guys, and it looks like it's all in one region that the damage is, okay? As if it was just to be like, boom. That's my opinion. Once again, this is all alleged. Just saying. That's it. To me, I'm sorry, but if this person was hit by a car going 40 to 50 miles an hour, the arms would be all twisted up around. The legs would be twisted. The head would be twisted more than it is. That body was almost looks like it laid down, like he could have laid down himself.
Mike was tossed out of a truck as it drove 3 miles per hour and then topside to let driver
Thank you, Dustin. Yep.
Yeah,
yep.
It's the right arm.
If you looked at his elbow, that one picture I just showed you, let me show you real quick. See this right here? That's where he hit the ground when he was dumped out of the vehicle. Because there's a bone there. It hits the concrete and it left that mark. That's what that is, guys. I swear to God. Just like if you were to fall down on blacktop and skin your knee, you get the same thing.
And popped his shoulder out of socket.
Yep. And that's true. PPR is right. When he hit the ground, that could have opened the wound up more. And then it starts flowing. Okay. Now, here's the thing, guys, and I'm thanking whoever said that to me about the whole heart pumping thing. I'm glad you said that, because if he was alive when that happened, there would be, from the wounds, would be spraying. As the heart's pumping, it would be spraying more in spots in different areas, guys, and it's not. It's just pooled around his head.
They didn't say
if he was dumped, how did he have a bunch of automotive chips? Because I swear, Red, that it was because he was in the back of a truck.
But they said they didn't necessarily say automotive chips.
Just paint
right?
chips. Yeah. It could have been that he was laid on something, or he fell on something. Maybe he fell onto an old car hood when he got beat down or whatever, or somewhere, or maybe an old table that was painted a different color or something. We don't know. I think they need to check they should have checked those chips to see what they were from. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Sounds
that's
like
a
they
good
should have
point.
checked a lot of things.
And I agree, Dustin. Like the upper body, guys, I've seen accidents. I've seen multiple accidents where people have been hit by cars. It does not look this pretty. This is really nice, guys. I've seen really, really, really bad things. I mean, where people's bodies, arms are underneath them, their arms are twisted upside down, their neck is spun around. I mean, it's bad. Oh my God, dude, I love you. Yep, like the Hitman truck. Either way, dude. Either way, what? Did anybody look at the bed when I pulled that picture up? I'm looking at this real fast here before we go. I gotta show Molly's video. I want to see the bed of that little pickup truck. It kills me. I swear to God. Where did that video go? Ah, shit. Did I lose it? No, hold on. Okay. You can't see it. Son of a... Ugh. And it won't let me... You can't see inside the bed. It looks like it might have one of those rubber mats in it. What the hell? Okay. Sherry said Eddie wasn't a hitman. He couldn't even shoot Alex. and all of this right here, guys, okay, we're going to venture to say that if you were in the back of a pickup truck, what is that, 2.5 foot, maybe 3 foot from the ground, tops decently high, not a low rider. This stuff right here is from hitting the ground when he was tossed out or dropped out of where he was dropped from, okay? Maybe even if he was even in the trunk, he was picked up by two people, held and dropped, boom, okay? It's going to cause this and this for sure, because the elbow bone juts out. So when it hits the ground, it takes in more of the impact, okay? And maybe bouncing. Well, Buster doesn't sound like a picnic either, and both butt ugly and yeasty. Yeasty looking? That's a new one. What the hell does yeasty looking mean?
I don't want to know.
Oh. Okay.
Don't want to know.
You guys this has been fun, to say the very least. Well, he failed that time, but who's to say he wasn't successful before? We don't know. That's a fact. So anyway, enough with these. And Dinks. Mike keeps calling them Dinks. Ginger Dinks. All right. Where's it at, Molly? Let me find it here for you guys. Oh no. All of this stuff has been in here and I didn't even look at it. Aggravated assault with deadly weapon. Aggravated assault with deadly weapon. The boyfriend, Mr. Bickers. What the hell's his name?
Bickard, something like that.
Bickart.
Bickard.
The police record for assault with a deadly weapon without intent to kill.
Oh.
Yeah.
Red.
Ever pulled back the foreskin on a hot?
You asked what you meant by yeasty. Right? That's why I was like, no.
Oh, God. Anywho, yes, this is the charges. Thank you, Molly. Aggravated assault with deadly weapon, felony 3rd degree, aggravated assault, felony. Okay, that was June 31st of 2017. Huh. Interesting. Cheesy shot it, Molly. Ugh. Ugh. Don't talk about it.
I agree, Dustin.
Talking about from under cheese.
45 even there.
At 45 miles per hour, even there'd be. Yes, that's what I'm saying. There is no blood drag. None. Is there anything else, Molly, that you're going to surprise me with after the fact?
Right.
Probably. Yeah, that's done. All right, hold on. We looked at all that. What's this now? Is that the same thing? Okay, we're done with that. We did that one just to be sure. All right, now we got to go find the happy one. You guys are a mess today. No more from
every day.
And we need to look into this case. Miss Karen Ann sent us. Shania Warren.
Email it to me.
I will. I sent a lot of stuff you asked. I did not ask for that.
Forgot about this Zachariah Anderson too.
Zachariah Anderson, yeah. We had that
I
one.
wrote it down the other day and forgot about it.
Okay, here it is. Oh, I gotta download it again. Of course I do. Hold up. Wait a minute.
I didn't ask, Red. He asked.
Hold up.
Wait a minute.
Stop. Stop. Okay, let me try it one more time. So Molly Cat was feeling herself, I'm guessing, and wanted to show us a little bit of herself. Why won't it share? All right, let's try it this way. All right, are we ready? Can you see that?
I see a cat. Yep.
All right.
Cute.
Thank you, Molly dear. Woke up in a good mood. Yay. My best friend was hit by a car at 25 miles per hour and had tremendous. Exactly, Sherry. That's what I'm saying. Anna Moy, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. I don't believe he was hit by a vehicle or dumped. He was hit by an object being swung from or hung out of a vehicle. That's possible too.
Like Pookie was saying, like, back in the day, we used to take the baseball bat to the mailboxes.
Mailbox baseball. Yeah, we used to do
Yeah.
that. Somebody coming down the road whacked him in the head with it.
I was always scared I'd hit one with like concrete or something, and the bat would come back and hit me in the head. So
I saw that happen in a movie. Yes, we did do that back in the days. Rockstar Animals, Talking Subs, Molly, have you been there? Okay. So, again, for all of you, from all of me, thank you so much for being here, folks. I love you guys to death. Mama Bear, thank you for everything as always. Molly, thank you for everything as always. Heather, Brandy, thank you for everything as always. All the rest of you mods, thank you for being so awesome like you are. Again, Red, thank you for your opposition as always. I love you, sir. I appreciate it. The information from everybody, again, thank you guys. I will see you guys tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, to talk about the Green River Killer. I hope to see you guys, or as many of you guys as I can, and I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your day. Until then, and don't forget, guys, to love yourselves, to love each other, and not to change a thing about yourselves, because you are the beautiful people. Mama Bear, thank you so very much. I don't know if I'll see you tonight or not, but have a good rest of your day. What's that?
I said, at least in chat, we'll see.
Yes.
Otherwise.
All of you guys have a great one. I'll see you soon. And yes, you can send me the link, Dustin, because when I'm done, I'll probably jump over to your place. Okay. Have a great one, folks, and I will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I hope not, Red.
Wait, what did he say?
You're going to poop when I'm right, LOL.
Whatever.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye, everybody.